Oliver, what do you want? Yeah, it doesn't wet me. Get the hell out of here.
Yo, what's up, Mexican History? How you doing, brother?
Get up there and eat that rice.
What's up, everybody else coming in? I hope everybody's having a good night tonight.
It's Mexican rice.
Or the night that you deserve, I suppose. If anybody would like to talk about these topics, go ahead, jump up in the box. Go ahead, drop some comments. But tap the screen, share the live. Let's get this out there to the For You page. Let's get some people in here that want to talk on these topics, that want to debate these topics, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. It's what? What is that?
That's your rice, baby.
Oh, yes, rice.
You gonna eat your rice now?
Yes.
Alright.
That's none.
Much love to all my people out there that was in the live earlier, or the lives earlier. That shit got wild. That wasn't the purpose. That was not my intention to have all that bullshit happen. But you know, you can't do nothing on here without them crashing the lives, without the ethnocentrics crashing the lives. I literally can't do nothing. He says, smartest topic she'd have seen all night. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do be seeing a lot of fucking antagonist topics and just non-intelligent topics, period. And it's kind of annoying. People really just be saying dumb shit for the clout and the attention, whether it's negative attention or not. People don't care. They need to be their egos need to be catered to. Sure did have one of my own people cut me off. What? What you mean? Just a second here. I'm trying to get some more people up in here. Sure did have one of my own people cut me off. Leave it at that, bro. It was wild. Facts. Facts. Everybody, please tap that screen. Let's get the likes up. Let's get some people up in here. We indigenous were already erased. We're just putting the pieces of our lives back together. See, is this going to happen again? I really, for once, would like to actually speak on the topics that are up there. But, yeah. You're entitled to your opinion and your beliefs and all that, but you could go ahead and take it to your own space. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. If you like these types of debates and conversations, tap that screen. Let's get this on the For You page. Let's get some people in here that want to be in the panel. Let's get some people in here that hopefully know how to have a conversation. Nah, bro, everyone shouldn't have a voice or an opinion. Well, that's kind of not fair. I mean, like I feel you on the voice part. Not everybody should have influence or a loud voice, but everybody's entitled to their opinion, bro. Everybody. Protect our native children from the government for trying to overturn the ICWA Act. Facts. Let that shit be heard. Protect the native children and the women too. What's up, Rebecca 35? We need to preserve our youth by all means. Facts. And I'm sick of seeing, you know what I mean, on TikTok, in the media, period, people are using kids, man. These transgender people, they're using kids, man. And it don't matter how you try to use a kid. It's wrong, bro. There ain't nothing more innocent than a child, man. No matter how you using them or no matter what type of bias you're putting into them, man, that's wrong, man. I don't care. The next thing to a pedophile. Period. Leave the fucking kids alone, man. Leave their minds alone.
tonight?
What's going on? Nothing's going on yet, bro. We just I'm trying to get some people in here that want to talk on the topics, that want to debate the topics. They need to stop sexualizing our children. Facts, bro. The whole cross dressing, like parents taking their kids to the drag shows, bro. What is y'all doing, bro? Them parents just as bad. And what are these full grown adults doing dancing in front of children like that? We ain't bringing our kids to strip clubs and shit. Like, come on, man. Drag show ain't okay unless it's all adults there. Churches as well. Churches need to leave the kids alone too. The schools need to leave the kids alone too, man. Tell me about it. All these people. Drag shows aren't sexualizing children. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Our a drag show isn't a beauty pageant. It's a strip club.
They're asking if beauty pageants for children are okay, and no, that's literally fucking awful.
Beauty pageants are a pedo's dream. Exactly. And yeah, now beauty pageants shouldn't be going down either. Period. What's up, Edward?
What's going on, my friend?
Oh, not much, not much. Royal. So what do you got to say about all the videos that are circulating on the internet about children at drag shows and these drag queens are literally stripping? I have multiple videos saved on my phone of this. I planned on making a video about it for people like you that act like it's not happening. It's a problem.
Yeah, I seen those videos. How did the parent from? I guess for me, if adults want to be whoever they want, that's fine. But these are children.
Right. And it ain't right. What are you saying? Hold on. That's strip clubs for hetero. Those are straight strip clubs. So you think that it's okay for a child to go to a drag show? That's like what I'm getting from you because you're defending that. You can get in the box too if you want. You got plenty of followers. You can come up to the panel and talk about this.
I think if it had nothing to do with children, I mean, it's fine if it's all adults. But
Right. I don't think
these are
the majority
children.
of us did not care about drag shows until y'all involved children in it. No, I didn't say that. I said that heterosexual people sexualize children way more. Okay, this isn't the who does this. No, this isn't the who treats children worse or who. No, that's not what this is about. This is about children going to drag shows. I mean, that's not even what the topic's about. The topic's about leave the kids alone, and that goes for heterosexual people. That goes for all people. That goes for religious people. People who grow up in gang culture and they teach their kids the same shit. Just any type of bias, bro. Leave the kids alone, including cross dressers, including transgenders, pastors, all of it. How could you possibly attempt to argue against that point? And I don't know why. Okay, here we go. Guest request. I hope that. No, of course it's not you. All right. Stop teaching kids racism as
I
well.
agree.
Exactly. Any type of bias. Any type of bias.
I just have a question. Okay.
What's that?
So I'm all for, I was actually just going on today about how much I hate pageants, especially with the little girls. I absolutely despise those, right?
Mm-hmm.
But why is it when people say the whole leave the kids alone, the first thing you guys go to is drag shows?
Because that's what's most currently happening right now. That's the biggest thing being talked about right now.
So would you have the same energy with your children watching, say, Medea or Big Mama's House or Mrs. Doubtfire?
No, because
Why
it's
not?
she don't be dancing like that.
What do you mean dancing like what?
Like what I've seen, stripping basically in front of children.
I mean,
So
the
do you
videos
think
are
it's
out there.
acceptable the way that little boys are pushed? Like, I don't know if you ever seen that video. They sent the little boy to the bar with the bartender, got him to give her a kiss and all that extra shit. And he looked like he was about 6, 7 years old. Do you think that's appropriate?
No.
No.
So why not say everything instead of trying to point out just one demographic?
Well, I'm not though. You see, the topic says leave the kids alone, and I've reiterated a couple
I
times
understand.
now that I'm talking about everybody, any type of bias.
I'm still trying to figure out though, right? I'm gonna be honest with you because when I came in, I have to come up on my backup because I'm on punishment on the other page. But when I
Uh-huh.
came in, the first thing was drag queens, and I see somebody saying something about sexuality. How is that? How are you comparing, or like, how are you putting those in the same basket? If it's somebody's doing entertainment,
I mean, but have you seen the videos that he's talking about?
elaborate.
There were drag queens dancing like a stripper in front of 5-year-old kids
Where was this at?
in school.
It's there was one that took place in a library. There was a couple other videos that I seen that were
So the
literally
dancing that they're doing is
at.
they're removing articles of clothing and moving in a seductive fashion, trying to sell a fantasy, is what
Hmm.
you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, and there's also
They were
one.
clearly not doing that.
There's also one literally like climbing from the ceiling, like in representation of bondage.
That's not happening at schools, bro. If it
No,
is,
the
I need
videos
somebody
are
to send me a
posted.
video.
The videos are posted. They're on
Where?
Instagram, Facebook, TikTok.
I've seen these things, right? What people are trying to assume about it. And I'm not seeing what y'all are seeing. So
Well, that's okay.
I need
I'll
some,
make a
even
video
like a
about it.
picture or something, huh?
I'll post the videos tonight on my account just for you.
Yeah, because I'm dead ass. Like I'm not seeing now. I've heard of the drag story hour and all of these things, and I don't see anything wrong with that. They're reading a book,
Well,
right?
I don't see
Well,
anything
not
wrong with that either, but
the.
that's not and that person is what I do see wrong with that specific situation that you're talking about is that person is literally a registered pedophile.
Who?
The lady that everyone's talking about that
I'm
just
not
got in
Yeah.
talking.
trouble.
They do that in my city, darling. I'm
Oh,
saying in
okay. I
general.
thought you okay, I don't see nothing wrong with that. But the one the
See, look, mixed
specifically the
native. I'm from Oakland. I used to be on the Castro for Pride, and I've never seen nothing like that. I believe that there's a shitload of propaganda that's out there, right? That makes things seem like something that it's not. Now, do you have some absolute predators out there that are doing some fucked up shit? Goddamn motherfucker, right. Majority of them actually run this fucking country, right? And I
Mhm.
think that those should be the things stated instead of continuously feeling the need to point out one specific demographic of people, because that's when it becomes hateful and bigotry. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, but that's not what I'm doing here.
It kind of low key sounded like that. And that's why I
Well,
said what I
you came
said,
in on the
darling.
middle of a
There would
conversation, you
be,
know what I
what
mean?
I'm saying is, there would be no reason to say any one specific person if it all boils down to making sure our children are safe and happy and knowledgeable and not taught to be hateful and ignorant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
If we're worried about the kids, then we can't go, well, you shouldn't be doing this because now what do I need to do to make sure my child is straight? What is the logical thing to make sure that my kid is straight instead of going on and on and on about something that I personally don't agree with?
Right, but I mean, I think another good way of tackling this issue is talking about this issue with multiple people.
I think that it should have been talked about when Toddlers and Tiaras was out.
Yeah,
Hmm.
facts. That's 100% facts.
So it's like, no, so do you understand why when now this conversation of we have to protect our children and leave kids alone, but nobody was saying this shit with toddlers and tiaras? And if you know, those pageants are breeding grounds for predators. Do you get what I'm
Oh yeah,
saying?
yeah. No, they're disgusting. I
So
don't
it's like
agree
when
with that shit either.
you have toddlers and tiaras, it's a whole ass TV show and nobody sees an issue with that. But now you have people who are finally feeling comfortable with living their best life. And there's this new, well, not even new, it's just out here now in forefront because people have things like TikTok, right? Now all of a
Hmm.
sudden it's turned into a witch hunt versus what we really need to be doing, what should have been done a long time ago. Instead of worried about what's happening at drag hour, let's talk about how there are motherfuckers that are trying to lower the age of consent. And we know they're not talking about for boys. They're trying to get it to as low as 12, 13 years old. Why would there need to be an age of consent for a child at that age?
Right. Absolutely. I agree with everything you're saying here, and I just want to. I just keep trying to make myself clear to you that I'm not in here attacking trans or cross dresser people. I'm really not. I'm in here like, and that's just one topic. You know what I'm saying? I got plenty other topics, below that. But we could talk about gang members. We could talk about pastors. We could talk about actual pedophiles. We could talk about
Pastors?
elitists. We could talk about all of that shit. But when you came in, I was specifically talking about cross dressers. Yeah, but that's not all I'm
Drag
doing here.
queens. But no, but that's why I'm saying, but it's like this is the thing, right? And you have to understand where I'm coming from. Now I understand what you're saying because any other time people be like, no, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. So I appreciate you acknowledging how fucked up shit is actually really, right? But more, you got to admit, more often than not, with these type of conversations, especially if anybody is bringing up transgender individuals or drag queens or anything of that nature, they're not talking about the children more as much as they're talking about basically how much they hate somebody because they don't agree with their lifestyle. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
Like I've seen and heard some shit from grown ass men where, you know, and y'all probably experienced it. Older woman come on to you when you're young, you're getting pats on the back, ain't you?
Yeah,
She's a predator.
that's
Like,
facts.
if we can, like, I've tried to break it down to somebody. If we can sit up here and admit that women technically we mature faster than men, right? Than boys. So it wouldn't make sense to me to celebrate my son if he was 16, 17 years old messing with a woman who's 40 because now I'm concerned, like, bitch, what is your problem that you can't get with somebody your age? Clearly, you're not mentally all the way there.
Clearly. Yep, absolutely.
I really believe that the conversation is that I appreciate it. Yeah, leave kids all the way alone, period. It's just the way that the conversation has been going lately. It's the opposite.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that. I know how TikTok lives are. I know how most people on here are just antagonists. They're probably not even parents. They just want attention. They want likes. They want follows and shit. They don't really know what's going on in the world. They just know what they hear from other people on TikTok. But this ain't one of them lives. Not at all.
But now, where we are not going to agree at is the all white people are not inherently racist.
Okay.
I
Why you say
believe
that?
now, because I'm a black woman, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of shit that is just automatic in life, right? Because that's just what society has placed it as. And that's what we automatically believe. Like, we can go as far as like gender colors and stupid shit like that, right? Now, we've been placed here to believe that more often than not in the white community, there's a certain type of racism that's just still there, right? Now, I won't say that it can't be unlearned and that people can't get better, but it doesn't mean that it's not there. There are going to be some biases, or you've probably sat back and thought about something and harmful stereotypes that you believed until you were able to step out into the world yourself. Now, to say that to say all white people are inherently racist isn't to say that all white people hate all black people. And because when we know we were talking about racism, that's literally what we're talking about, nothing else but black and white. It's not to say that, it's just to say that this is something that is in your system. You can help it, but more often than not, it's not. Does that make sense?
I suppose, but I don't understand how that makes all white people inherent racist. Like you said, that I know that you cleared up that it doesn't mean that they all hate, black people or African Americans, whatever. But I don't understand how that makes them all inherently racist.
I was trying to light something on.
Okay.
So when you look at history in a way that has gone with white people, and you got to understand that I'm speaking from my experience as a black woman at the same time, right? And what I've
Mm-hmm.
witnessed. Little things I've come across white people before that, like, this academic dean I had one time, she let me know that she had never been around black people her whole life until she became a teacher. So she was like in her 30s at this point. And she didn't understand a lot of things and they were bothered, and she had to learn to unpack and realize that the things that bothered her were because she was told that they were wrong from racist family members and shit like that. Things that are like how black folks have generational trauma. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense, but I could say first-handedly that they're not all like that. They don't have those
Right.
circumstances. Like I personally know a couple of white tea people who are from what anyone would call the ghetto or the hood, and they think they're black. You know what I
Why
mean?
would
I
you
mean,
automatically associate the ghetto or the hood with black people, though?
well, I'm from the ghetto, so I know that usually the ghetto is predominantly black or Hispanic. It's just true.
It depends on where you live at because there are plenty of white ghettos. It just depends on where you're at. That right
Well, right.
there, in and of itself, automatically associating the ghetto or anything like that with black people is a part of inherent racism. Those are false stereotypes. Do you get what I'm saying? Or for those white people who believe that because they grew up there in the hood or the ghetto or whatever, that automatically makes them black. Those are inherently racist. Those are stereotypes placed upon black people to give us a negative light because nobody ever said anything good about it.
Well, right. Yeah, no, I see how a white tea person thinking that they're black from the hood could be inherent racism. But it is a fact that most ghettos in the United States of America, now I understand there's trailer parks, like white trash neighborhoods, what people would call them or whatever. But the ghetto,
Why
the
wouldn't those be
hood,
called the ghetto?
huh?
Why wouldn't you refer to the trailer parks of the white trash part as the ghetto as well?
I would. I was just saying what different things that it could be called. I mean, I would consider it I would consider any low income area where lots of violence and drugs happen a ghetto. Yeah.
All right. So you just heard what you said, right? That you would
Right.
consider, regardless of what, because it would be poverty, crime, whatever. You didn't nothing with the color, right? Because that's what you would say. But if you're always going to say, well, no, that's the trailer park, that's not the hood, that's not the ghetto, because black people aren't there, you don't think that those stereotypes are harmful and racist?
Well, I'm not saying that though. I just said that I would consider a trailer park the ghetto as well.
No, I'm not saying from you. I'm just saying from anybody, people who say that, who won't acknowledge the full scope of the situation, what I just stated.
Well, yeah,
And
people that won't acknowledge that, yeah, that could be inherent racism, but once again, that's speaking for an entire race of people, and I know that they're not all like that.
all right, so then
Mm-hmm.
what about we escape from there and then you have the microaggressions? Like, I had somebody come up to me, can I touch your hair? I just had an afro. Or is
I would consider that to be weird. I mean, it could definitely be racist, but I would consider it to be definitely some weird behavior.
the microaggressions and all of that? Or like, perfect example, Joe Biden, racist as fuck, but probably doesn't realize it because that's his norm. When he made that statement that black kids are just as smart as white kids and then tried to cover it up and all that extra shit, that's a form of racism.
Okay, well,
It's
yeah, that's
more
Joe
than just
Biden.
you
He
N-word
definitely
this and
definitely
you
racist.
that and all of that. It's way more than the vitriol that we see on TV.
Okay, so like,
But
so my point's now getting misconstrued. Like, what
mhm.
the entire purpose of me saying that now is that I personally know YT people that are not inherent racist and are in fact
So do I.
in black families. They have completely black friends in their circle. They talk, you know what I mean, like a black person, or they might dress like a black person, and they're 100% completely accepted. They're not they're more, these white tea people are more racist towards white tea people than they are black people. And
What
and
is
that's not
talking
the
like a
only
black
case.
person?
I mean, you could talk about AAVE, right? Because I don't know what else to call it, but it's a
That's a
slang.
language. Okay.
Okay, a language.
So if I
Okay,
started speaking
but that,
Spanish, would that make me Mexican?
no, I'm not
Not.
saying that that makes them black though. You keep misconstruing my point.
No, listen to what I'm saying, baby. I want you to listen closely to what you're saying. Making statements like talking black and dressing black, that's not true. It doesn't work that way. And to place those stereotypes upon a whole group of people is ultimately what you're doing when you say, which we'll call it, that, well, talking black or something like that. Everybody does, all black people don't talk the same. We're not a monolith. But it's those types of stereotypes that continue to push that narrative
But
when you
that's what
make
you're doing.
statements like that.
But that's what you're doing to a whole group of people.
Yeah, to be fair,
Far as
you
like
are.
inherently racist, even though I acknowledged that it's not, it's something that can be brought out of them, but people can unlearn that and become different. I
Huh?
can't, the same way I can't help the fact that my skin is melanated and that I have generational trauma. It's the same shit. Regardless of how you grow up as a black person, I could have grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't experience certain traumas that black people experience
Okay,
regardless.
so I can make
Or
a
like
point.
it wouldn't have
So
been something that was passed down from our family. One thing that I realized, that I recognized, and I didn't really peep it out until I became a parent, is the way that we treat our children, especially in public and depending on who is around. And that's based upon fear, not wanting to be painted in a negative light like we have always been done throughout history. That's that generational trauma. So if I, as a black woman, have generational trauma, why wouldn't there be generational racism?
okay, so to your point, you said
Well,
Joe Biden. You
there
said
is
Joe Biden.
there is generational racism, absolutely, and there is people. I also know people who are inherently racist and have generational racism. They're raised up by Peckerwoods and white supremacists, and they grow up with that ideology. They possess that ideology, and they act on it, whether they realize it or not. But that's not all of them. That's unfair to say.
But darling,
That
generational and inherent is basically the same thing, is all I'm saying.
Okay, so to your point, you said Joe Biden is racist. So
I believe
now,
so, yes.
because of that one person, you're saying the whole group of people are
I
racist
used
because
him
of
as an
one person.
example. I used him as
But
an example.
okay, so
I was
again,
using him as an example as
uh,
to further my point. That's why I said his
okay,
name.
so again, you said one person is racist. So now you're saying the whole group because of that one person is racist. So you have to make
I
that make
mean, I just
sense.
sat here and listened to somebody say that there are people who are surrounded by black people, so they couldn't be racist. That's a lie.
Because if we're gonna say that, then everybody can be racist, because that is true right there. Everybody
Black
and
people can't be
everybody
racist.
ethnic.
There,
well, I
it
mean,
requires power. There's a lot more that comes into it. You can't do that.
trying to throw my point under the table. I don't understand how someone who grows up with African Americans, all their friends are African Americans. They are disconnected from their family. They live with African Americans. They go to school with African Americans and they live life with African Americans. How does that make them inherently racist towards African Americans?
Hmm.
You guys know who Tizzy Entertainment is? Tizzy, that weirdo?
I do not.
On here, he's one of the big content creators on here, Tizzy.
Yeah, no, I don't know him.
All right, so Tizzy ENT or whatever, he calls out racists and all this other shit, right? Cool, white dude. Now, he was raised by white supremacists, and he is very much so, let that be known that he was raised by white supremacists, but he puts on, well, I'm not racist. I'm down for the black community, whoop de whoop, blah, blah, blah. But then anytime he has ever come across an issue or was trying to call out somebody who was black, that racism peaks out. I have
Well,
a firm belief, because I've done it myself and I've seen it happen, that if you say the right thing to the right person, everything you need to know will come up regardless of the mask that they have on. Now, once
mm-hmm.
again, I'm not saying that that all of them are walking around here with a hood on and just like, fuck all black people. I'm not saying that. But certain things that have transpired, that may be done, certain beliefs and all of that, it's still going to be there. It's inherently in them. That's why a lot of y'all are, well, not, I won't say, when I say y'all, I don't know if y'all are white. When I say y'all, I say in general. That's just how I speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I just lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens. But when it boils down to it, you can unpack, you can unlearn, you can do all of these things and become a great person and surround yourself with a multicultural family, friends, what have
What's up,
you.
Nikki?
But that does not mean that it would not come out. And I'm not racist. That does not mean that there's not that small part of you that won't have a certain amount of ignorance. That's like with me. I'm a light-skinned woman. I'm a light-skinned black woman, right? I still have to work through my issues dealing with colorism because of how it works in my community. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Like I said, I think we're just like kind of at like a
Hmm.
standstill here. We're not like finding like a common ground. Like you believe what you believe or whatever. I'm not here trying to like change your beliefs, but just in my mind, all white T people are not inherently racist. And by me saying that, that doesn't mean that there are white tea people who are absolutely generational and inherently racist, but I refuse to accept that it's all of them because I know that it's not. That's kind of a racist ideology in itself to believe in that.
What makes
I
that
agree with that
ideology racist?
Well,
because
you're putting a
you're grouping.
you're applying a stereotype like you were talking about earlier. You're applying a stereotype to an entire group of people.
Uh-huh.
How is it a stereotype if history has proven that it's true, though?
Well, this isn't the 1800s, you know what I mean? People aren't being colonized anymore and stuff like that. So it would
That's a
be easier.
lie.
It would be, well, then it should, what? It should, can you give me an example of a community or a country that's been colonized like the Spaniards did?
I mean, we're sitting on one of the biggest colonized places ever. If you're in America
Well,
like I am,
but yeah, is it currently being colonized though? Is that's the point?
there's still shit that's going on that would justify as being colonized. Spa water and cowboy caviar.
But I don't think you're understanding what he's saying, though.
I don't think that y'all are understanding what I'm saying.
And that's okay. We could just agree to disagree. If you want to move
Okay.
on to a different topic, that's fine.
All right. Now, the whole thing with the PETA don't deserve help. PC. Do you mean like not deserve to be in PC in jail?
Yeah, no, I don't think they deserve to be in PC.
Mm-mm.
Now, let me ask you this now. And I want you to, that's not including like statutory rape or anything like that, is it?
No, no, I'm talking about hardcore, straight up pedos.
Okay, like the Epstein's and all of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, no,
That-
burn them down good. Where is the party at? Let me get to. I got the bottles and the smoke. Fuck that. What you mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Now, I will acknowledge that it's unfortunate that some of those people, I won't say all, won't even say a majority, but some of them are actually victims that became victimizers. That's unfortunate.
yeah.
I actually had a friend of mine who worked with children in a group home, and one of them was about 15 years old at this time, but he was made a predator because of the things that were done to him, was done to him by his father and his father's friends. Just wild. So they were supposed to go to a baseball game, and he did not feel comfortable going because he knew that there were going to be children there. And he was afraid of what he might be tempted to do, right?
hmm
So do you think that in those cases that there would be some type of help?
I would, I wish
Mhm,
that in those situations there's type of help.
mhm,
And I think that as a society or a country, we need to do better about normalizing receiving help, not like bottling things in. But I
mhm,
know as a child, like you're manipulated and groomed to not talk about what's happening to you. But when more often than not, when these people become adults, they
mhm,
become embarrassed by their trauma. They become even
mhm.
more scared to speak out about what happened, and that leads them to
Especially men.
eventually, yeah, especially men, and that leads them to eventually become abusers themselves. Now, my personal belief is that if they can't come to the conclusion as an adult or as a child that they need to get help or they need to talk about it to somebody, and the pedophile thoughts begin to happen, and then they start taking action. Once
Mhm.
they take action on
It's
those
over.
thoughts, it's over. There's no going
Yeah.
back. And that is partially on the and this might be like considered victim shaming or whatever, but that is partially on the victim as well if they allow it to go
You
that
mean
far.
as
Because
when they
this,
become older?
yeah, when they come older, yeah,
Okay.
not as a child,
Or
of course not.
okay. You know what I think, honestly? I believe that if they would do stronger sentences for these predators, that it wouldn't be that much.
That as well, absolutely.
Um,
And also not putting them in PC and giving them the easiest
yeah,
fucking
fuck
time in jail
PC.
ever.
Fuck
Yeah.
PC. That's stupid. Groomers. My oldest daughter's father actually groomed me. And it's a sick, twisted game that comes along with it. And those are technically they're predators. With groomers, though, I believe that it transcends more than just with children, though. It could be somebody taking over a vulnerable individual, may not have mental capacity, maybe somebody who was abused, just vulnerable individuals. Anybody can be groomed. I think that goes beyond just children, though, personally.
Yeah, it definitely does. Anybody that understands, like, quote unquote dark psychology, and they actually know how to work these things, a person with a traumatic past, all you have to do is figure out what their triggers are, and
Mhm.
they can be groomed into almost anything, even as an adult.
Yeah, so I just think as a whole is just lump all the predators up into one box and, handle that box accordingly.
I agree. Give me 1 second, Edward. I'm gonna let you take the floor for a minute. I gotta go take care of something real quick. I'll be back in just a minute.
Yes, sir. So what did we touch on next?
Indigenous erasure. I'm interested about this one.
So we have a group of African Americans who are totally denying their African side and saying that they were here before Columbus,
Oh my
which
fucking God.
which is erasing my history and people that were already here. And the host can tell you about the live that he was in earlier.
Okay. I absolutely hate that shit, personally. I've heard it. I shut it down every time. To me, it's just like Hebrew Israelites. I think it's dumb as fuck. It's not true at all. As far as I'm concerned, as a black woman, when I look at indigenous people, it's like y'all not only had to watch y'all land get stolen, but then you had to sit back and watch as stolen people work that land. Now, there is the aspect that there were indigenous people that held slaves. Um, that history right there is touchy depending on where you go with it, but the fact still remains black people were not here first.
And
No, that's, I
we
hate that.
get into the heatest, the I mean, very argumentative with these guys. I mean, the host will tell you they'll even make fun of his addiction.
You said what?
Uh, I mean, they go as low. I got called a monkey today. I've been called an ape. The host has been made fun of because of his addiction.
I've been mocked for my alcoholism before, so yeah, that's absolute trash on here.
Yeah, my previous addiction. I just gotta clear that up. 7 years clean. I don't fuck with nothing no
And
more
turn
except for
Sorry.
heroin.
up.
Yeah.
Celebrate.
They'll literally call him a crack baby and stuff like that. It's
Yeah.
to the point where they're calling us animals, animals with fleas, you name it.
And who are these people who are saying this? Who's the group?
Well,
That's where it gets a little tricky, right? Because
yes.
you got the Hebrew Israelites, the Moors, the Aboriginal people, the Afro Indigenous people, the BIPOC people. They're very confused about who they are.
BIPOC and black people are two different things. And that wobble word is not okay. It's not.
Want to be Aboriginal?
From my understanding and from the way that I've heard that word used, I've heard it used way too many times as a slur against black folks.
It was an African American came up with that term.
Once again, from what I've seen on this app, that's what I don't know about the word because the way that I've seen it used, it was used as it's being used on here from what I've seen as a slur against black people. So I'm not for it. And I've seen it being used by people in the indigenous community on this app. And I think
And
it's
Well,
fucked up
is
because
the
realistically speaking, black people and indigenous people, we have a very much so common enemy that done some egregious and atrocious shit to both of our communities.
okay? So
Period.
to your point, so is it? Do you think it's fair to us that they erase our history?
I just
Like they
finished saying that was
completely.
the dumbest fucking shit. I just
Well,
said that.
so all right. So let me give you some light on it. When the term now, I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for all of the people that I know on TikTok who are indigenous. When that term is used, it's used specifically towards a person who is a Wabo means wannabe Aboriginal, which means
Mhm.
someone who is claiming the history of the Native Americans to be theirs. So the term is
Mhm.
meant to be disrespectful, but the term is not meant to be disrespectful to the entire Black community, just the ones that are
Right.
committing erasure.
Oh,
Okay, but like I said, that's why I stated, like, from what I've seen it used towards black people who were not participating in indigenous erasure on this app. So that's why it's like this is the first time I've heard the full definition of what it is. All I've seen is how it's been used against motherfuckers that certain people don't like. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. And for the
Yeah,
people that are using it incorrectly, then you know what I mean. They're on some racist shit. I agree. But if the term's used correctly, if it's used towards a person who's committing erasure, I don't see it to be as a slur because it's usually done in response to disrespect.
Okay. And if you want to
What
continue to say I'm racist towards white people, that's perfectly fine. I have very much so big bias and prejudice and fear when it comes to white people. So if that's what you want to
but
label me,
see,
Fear.
yes, I do.
at the same time, you can't group a whole entire community of people based off of one experience that you may have had,
It's
because
not one experience.
not all YT people are racist. I know a lot of Europeans, and they are cool as fuck. So you
Once
can't say
again,
every, because
I
if
didn't
we're
say
gonna say,
everybody. All I
because
said
if
was
we're
a fear for myself. So for
Right, and
you,
that's perfectly okay. That's perfectly okay. We already agreed to disagree
no,
on that
Edward
topic.
brought it
So
up. Don't do that. Don't do that.
no, you did.
No, I said somebody said something about me being racist in the comments, and I was responding to that comment. In my personal opinion, my experience, and how I feel, yes, I do have a certain amount of fear because of things that I've experienced. It hasn't just been one person. It has been when I go at work. It has been at the hospitals. It has been just period. It has been the history that I've had to see as a black woman versus like not even just on television, talking to my grandmother, my great grandmother before she passed. I have very valid reasons to hold a certain amount of fear when it comes to white people until things are getting better in this country. And I don't see that happening,
So
especially when the
then,
pandemic hit and all of that and the way that these white folks have lost their minds, Proud Boys and all of this. How does it
but
feel knowing that the Black Panther Party was infiltrated, but the KKK is still thriving?
I wouldn't say
Yeah,
that they're thriving. They definitely
every
exist. They
see,
definitely still do
I
their
mean,
thing, but they're definitely not thriving.
every group of every ethnic group has racist people. You can't just say one group of people is racist, because that's not fair and that's not true.
good evening.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Edward? What's
¿Qué
up, Cuba?
pasó?
What's up, Tammy?
What's up, Pochi?
Yeah, I kind of understand where the sister's coming from, and this is why. You know, hold on, let me put my my shoes on. You know, it's correct. A lot of Europeans are not directly racist, right? But we gotta look at something being compliant to racism, right? Because if you're actively voting for people that perpetuate racism, like Trump, right? And let's see the implications on that. Uh, Trump won for a reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he brought the racism out of the USA.
Yes, he
Right?
did.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that was hiding it, it brought it out. So
Yes.
by popularity and by demographic, basically is saying that the US is a racist occupation. Now the implications of that have been even to the extent of murder, because
Mm-hmm.
with the ideology that a guy named Stalis Crucius came to El Paso and killed 26 Mexicans over the hate of Trump. Not only that, but look at the 80,000 children that were placed uh, in detention centers and went missing.
Man, that's
So yeah, you don't have to be openly racist, but silence is complicity. That's where the sister's coming from.
thank you, darling.
This whole nation is built under racism. Its foundation is built under racism, and Europeans are inherent of that racism, whether they announce it or not, because politically you don't have to announce that you're racist, right? That's why they have votes, and that's what it is to be woken, right, to that reality that we live in. And we can understand also that Europeans have a monopoly on the Western Hemisphere. They have a monopoly on the whole world. And yeah, they can be, they can be cool with you and whatnot. But behind your back, they'll go vote for a racist mofo like Trump. Oh, they'll go
Not
vote for Biden, which is he's still complicit to those kids being
or
uh
or down there in the yeah, that shit is fucked up. Or we could even go down to like Atlanta and how Stacey Abrams lost and the amount of white women that voted against her, even though it was in their best interest, they voted against her.
All right,
You
yeah.
get what I'm
so
saying? Like stuff
so
like that
And then we
shows it
gotta
doesn't have
understand
to
too that
directly be straight out there, but
there's the legislature. There's three branches that are above the president, right? Those three branches are the ones that have a say so on what's going on in the U.S. Those three branches, which I forgot the name of them, right? See, I wasn't expecting this conversation, so I'm not. But you know that what I'm talking about, the legislature and the other two branches, they are rooted in white supremacy. The Constitution is rooted in white supremacy. So you don't have to be racist, but if you're actively participating in the systems of oppression, which is equal to being silenced in complicity, makes you a racist. And not only does white people partake in this racist ideology, but then our people become white suprem. They become part of white supremacy. They're not white supremacists themselves, because the ones that are putting forward all this racism are white supremacists, are pale folks, right? But we do have allies like Cuba. Cuba is an ally, right? And I know he has the humanity and the heart to understand what's going on and transpiring here in the world, in the Western Hemisphere. And I know there's gonna be more people like him in the future once we all get educated on what the truth is. But we can't be blinded on what reality is either. We gotta take that bandage out of our eyes and see what's going on.
right, Coachy. So exactly. The point about this right now is that all white tea people are inherently racist, right? Like, so you consider me a European, so you consider me white, right? Even though I've cleared it up multiple times that I don't consider myself white. I'm Cuban. I'm very mixed. I don't claim that shit. But
Yeah,
we can look at the past, right? My great grandfather, on my Norwegian side of my blood, was a famous abolishist. I'm not sure if that's how you say that, but that means that he was actively trying to abolish slavery. He was actively trying to end racism, and he was a white
yeah,
man. He was a white tea man, and there's
mhm,
still people like this today. There's multiple white tea people on this app. In real life, that are anti-racism. They're actively fighting against racism. So my
mhm,
point is that we understand that this country, the Constitution, everything was founded on racism. No one's denying that.
mhm,
But to say that the entire group of, or the entire race of white tea people are racist is just not accurate. And it's kind of in itself, it's kind of a racist ideology, right? Because you look at all the power that the white tea people have had throughout the past and everything that they've done, and everything that they're currently doing as well, and to instantly assume that they're all just like that is kind of wrong.
let me give you an example, Cuba, right? So say back then with you said your great grandfather.
My great grandfather.
Okay, all the way back there. That's a lot of greats. I can't even say all of that right now. But
Mhm.
all the way back there, he was an abolitionist and he was fighting against it, against racism and all of that. At the same time, a lot of times back then, there was still that space that black people were supposed to be in. Do you think that he was sitting at the same table, or would he be like, yeah, we're cool, but you got to go through this door. You got to drink through this water fountain. Does that make sense? So
Yeah, it
the
makes
cool
sense.
would be you'll say you're okay and you're like, hey, it's not right how they treat you, black people. But hey, wait a minute. You can't come to my house though, and you can't sit at my table because you're a black woman.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I can go grab it real quick if you don't believe me. But on my ancestry, I just recently did my
No,
DNA
I'm
through
not talking. I'm
ancestry.
saying as far as like those white people that were helping back then to in segregation and stuff like that. Does that make
Well, yeah,
sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. I'm rebuttaling what you're saying.
Okay.
I have a picture of my great 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 grandfather sitting at a dinner table with a bunch of black folks and eating with them. So that is in response to what you're saying. I don't think that he or I mean I'm sure there was people that were like that, you know, kind of just like how people do that shit on TikTok now. They do it for the reputation or whatever. But there was the people that have this shit in their heart that want to end this shit that are really anti-racist are not like that. They were sitting at the table. They were using the same restrooms. They were using the same water fountains.
Brother. When I see Europeans start dismantling their systems of oppression, then I can comfortably say not all Europeans are racist. Because I'm not gonna go back in circles, right? You either see it or you don't. But with that said, uh, I wish you a good night, and I got much love and respect for you, brother. Hope this different mindset does not intervene with our friendship. I know one day you will see it, but me as an indigenous person and as my people that had lived through 500 years of colonialism and white oppression, I can scholarly tell you that most of Europeans are racist. But with that said, initially,
I like him. He was nice. It was something
He
I
he
wanted to
usually speaks like that.
it's pretty dope. I appreciate being able to have this conversation without people getting disrespectful and screaming and not blatant racism in the comments because I come across that a lot too with these type of conversations. People get real comfortable being ignorant as fuck. So yeah, there's that. But I'm trying to remember what it was that I wanted to bring up. It was a good ass pivotal ass point, so I need to stop smoking weed. Brain just stops. Like, wait a minute.
Oh shit, my bad. I had to step away for a second. What did Coachy say? Where did he go?
He had to step. He had to go.
Ah shit. All right. Uh, is there anything you want to touch on, Nikki? You've been up here quiet.
Oh yeah, I'm just listening here.
All right, for sure, for sure.
So because I hear what they're saying. I hear both sides. But I don't hear a lot of the compassion, the kindness, um, the caring for other people. Like that's what I'm all about. Um, I know there's a lot of racism out there. Um, but it's just like where are we going with the spirituality part? Like are people really understanding like the spiritual part about life? Because
Um,
we can all talk from our minds, but I don't know.
I feel you, Nikki. I consider myself a spiritual person as well, but I've noticed that especially on this app, like when I try to bring my spirituality into it, for whatever reason, people get turned off. You know, a lot of people can't get on that level, so I kind of gotta I gotta bring myself down to the level that I'm at right now, where I can actually have conversations with people. You know what I mean?
What do
Yeah,
you mean by spirituality, though?
spirituality is meaning that there's universal laws that you live by. One of them would be truth, and it all happens to be with ourselves.
So I
Like
asked that.
we can all talk from our minds, but I mean I don't hear a lot of talking from our hearts. We're talking about like you know political stuff like spirituality and politics don't mix.
So you said spirituality. I have to make sure you weren't talking about religion first, because I think that religion, man-made religion, is a big issue in this country. It's big part of the reason why this country is where it's at. It's because of man-made religion.
Yeah, it's exactly. They're sick.
Agreed.
Politics is
It's
a
sick. It's
grandeur,
sick
and
actually.
it's a religion is a fear thing. It's fear mongering. It's intimidation. That's what it is to me. If you don't believe me, you're gonna die and go to hell. Like what, sir? Who are you? But
Yeah.
I do definitely understand what you mean as far as being able to see people for their moral character, not what they look like, not what they eat, not who they work with, not who they lay with, none of those things, but their moral character. I 150,000% believe in that. The unfortunate part of that, though, with the way that this country is, we have to stop trying to skip over the bad parts and just go straight for the good shit,
Oh,
right?
sister, I was taken away at birth from my family, from my full-blooded family, and placed into society when they wanted to take me away from my native ancestry.
That's bullshit, bro.
And you know what, sister? Because I prayed all the time, I was brought back to it.
But you know what though? That's the part that hurts though, because it shouldn't have had to have been that way.
It shouldn't have
You know what I'm
been
saying? Those
that
prayers
way.
should have
No,
been, well,
no,
I
no,
wake up in the
no.
morning, I hope I
You,
got that pony for Christmas. You know what I'm saying? It should
no,
have been those
no,
types of prayers.
no. Because you know why? Because you got to find the strength in you to find that spiritual. Like, everybody's so disconnected from Creator. It's ridiculous.
Hey,
It's
so
so
Can,
ridiculous
can,
because
can
you
I
know
say
what,
something
you
here?
could you could be so angry about this and that, this and that, and this and that. You know what, we are all on our own journeys. We are here only, we were born by ourselves, we go by ourselves, we walk the earth, sunset to sunset to daylight. Like, that's how it is. People don't.
Can I
People
say
don't.
something here? Can I
Yeah.
say
People.
something?
People don't get it.
Can I say
Yeah, what's
something?
up, Africa?
I've been listening a little bit, but let me say this. When it comes to spirituality and religion, it's all over the place. It's all
Yes.
over the place,
Exactly. Yes. I'm with you
and
with that.
there's so many there's so many negatives that's being injected to it. You can't believe in nothing because when you look at all the toxic things that are going on behind it, it's hard for even the next generation that you're trying to train and upbring to believe in anything that we're trying to guide them to. When they see immediately that you tell them something, they see the opposite of that as soon as they walk out of your presence. Not only do they see the opposite of it, they see the lies tied into it. They see the misuse of it. They see the abuse of it. You know, there's 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 there's
And
there's things,
that's religion.
yep,
but
especially Christianity.
and even
Yes.
with Christianity, even with religion, I'm a Christian. I'm just a Christian. But in my belief as a Christian, I tell people if you really call yourself a Christian and you believe in God the way I think I believe in God, then you should be at the forefront of everything because if that God is your God, then you're supposed to have the most powerful weapon in all of existence. You should be in the front of every fight. But look at where we're at even with that. And right now, you hear so many things quoted from the Bible. You hear so many things quoted from Christianity, but you don't hear nobody say responsibility. You don't hear nobody say work. You don't hear nobody say, fight, stand up,
Accountability.
accountability. Thank you, accountability. You don't hear none of that. But you do hear, oh, there's a breakthrough coming. I was telling my mom, and we had this argument, and it got heated, but I told her, I said, think about this. I said, you have a person out there that was told it was a breakthrough coming from the day they were born until the day they died, and they never saw the breakthrough.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's
And they're
that's that's
and
a
they're gonna come back and learn that.
Empty
and
promises.
and, and, and and that's a lie that is so unacceptable at this point. But I will say this too. The only reason I think it's so chaotic and the reason it's so out of control is because nothing has been decided yet. We're all over the place with everything. We're all over the place with racism. We're all over the place with politics. We're all over the place with just human relations, one to one. We're all over the place with homosexuality and what that means. We're everywhere, and it's because nobody's decided to
To
pick
mind
up
their own
one
damn
thing
business.
and get on that. It's so many things that are universal to us as a people that can simply unite us and give us a starting point. But if we don't begin to look at those things or examine those things, because we've had the exhausting conversation of what's going on, we've had the exhausting conversation of what the problem is, but nobody's had the exhausting conversation day in and day out of what the solutions are. Nobody's
Facts.
locked in on that conversation and say, "Hey, let's talk about it until we get to some, let's talk about it until we get to a magical conversation that says, boom, that's the answer. That's our starting point."
No,
Because if you start talking about solutions, you will come up with something. It just might take as much time as you done talked about the problem.
I think the issue, though, as to why there have been no solutions come about is because people aren't talking about the problem to find a solution. They're talking about the problem to argue and to throw out the whataboutisms instead of acknowledging that regardless of how the story is told, a lot of people were hurt and a lot of people suffered. So now we have to
True.
acknowledge that there are people that are hurt and that are suffered that need help. And then we can go forward. And then on top of that, people need to learn how to mind their own goddamn business. If you look at a lot of the things that are going on, especially in this country, them trying to control women's bodies and tell who can get married to who and who can do this and who can do that, it has absolutely nothing to do with you. If this person is not out here kicking puppies, beating up your grandma, and committing crime and all this other shit, why does it matter?
You
Because
know
as far as
why?
I see
You
it
know
with
why?
religion, all religion is the same. Be a good person to yourself, to others, live by whomever's word. Don't be an asshole and try to avoid going to whatever the place is that, you would consider your hell. That's what I see it as. And it should be the same thing with me, ultimately, my spirituality. I appreciate the earth. I appreciate the spirits. I appreciate everything that's around me. I appreciate people for who they are and know how to put my boundaries for it if they are not for me. I'm not going to sit up here and completely just like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? That's people are so concerned with their own biases that it keeps
But,
us blind, and therefore
but
there
think
will
about
never
this.
be a
Think about this.
solution.
Think about this. The only reason they're telling you what to do with your body, and it's a handful of people that are telling you this, is because of all the chaos. I can tell you I can tell you exactly what to do, and I can put it into law because all the chaos is not going to allow you to come together to fight it. You're all over the place.
Hmm.
You got your answer to it. I got my answer to it. He got his answer to it. She got her answer to it. And we're probably all pretty much saying the same thing, but because you said duh and I said D, we got a problem.
See,
But
and
it's
that's why the native people were okay
chaos.
before everybody came here.
Sis,
Now,
listen. They could have
now
left this
You
I will
know,
motherfucking
we
say
shit
had
where
this.
no
they at.
jails. We roamed the
Uh,
land.
uh,
We
I
Look,
we
that was the
fed
catalyst for
ourselves.
global
We
warming. I don't
clothed
give a fuck what
ourselves.
nobody says.
I will say this. Though. I will say this, and I leave people with this here all the time. I wrote it down. When we talk about change and when we talk about progress, I ask people now, even in 2023, did we benefit from change or did we make change? Because right now, all I see is what we benefited from. I don't see
Hmm.
anything that I can actually say we tapped in and we changed that. We're benefiting from change, and I think because we didn't carry the ball a little bit further or kick the ball over the wall, now we're starting to go backwards. For God's sakes, we're talking about Jim Crow in existence. We're not talking about it in past tense anymore. We're talking about Jim Crow in existence.
And you
You know,
know what? Our native people.
we're talking. Hold on. I want to say
Okay.
this. I'll finish. When we look at what's going on in Mississippi right now,
Mm.
we're talking about new police, a new court system that's being allowed.
Hmm.
Can you imagine what that means? And I'm gonna leave you on this. At some point, for myself, I tell everybody now when I talk, I'm leaving. Now, the reason I'm leaving is because I don't see anything going forward to stay here for. But I will say this: if we ever get on the one page, and I'll preach it till the day I leave, and I'll preach it from wherever I'm standing. If we ever get on one accord, I don't care what my life is, I'll come back and stand up, and I'll stand on the front, whatever may come, and that's the truth with me. But I do think we have to accept, for right-minded people, are we staying in the storm, or maybe it's time to make a decision and say, you know what, it ain't gonna get no better. Maybe I need to get out and get mine out while I got a chance, because that's what I'm looking at with my children. I told them, the world is bigger than America. Go see some of it. You might find a better place. You might find your perfect place.
That's not even realistic. Everybody doesn't have that option. Everybody doesn't have it. It's just like what you said, you waiting on this miracle to come and never came. A lot of people can't just go.
No,
You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
you're absolutely right.
I
But
honestly believe too that as a Black
Because
woman, and I don't know if the same holds true for Indigenous Americans, I believe that we were such a powerful people, and it's unfortunate they were successful in corrupting us and whitewashing us and removing everything that we knew just about from us, right? And brainwashing us to the point where we're subservient almost to them. But if we were to band together, the Black community and Indigenous community, man, we'd probably run this whole fucking world at this
no, it's
point.
not only that community, it's the Asian community and the white community. That's when everything is going to start changing.
Uh-uh.
Because if we're all separated, it's not going to work. Because I know a lot of the old teachings, and I know a lot of the old scripts. I know a lot of the old tablets that have been placed on this earth for teachings. We all have to come together, because if every color doesn't come together, we're out
now,
there,
I
and
see.
we're
Now,
still out
I
there
wouldn't
because
agree
we're
with the
not
white
coming
people part.
together.
I
but
wouldn't agree with the
hold on.
white
Is
people
that even
part. And the only
possible?
reason I
Oh,
say,
no, no, white people, no, they have to be included, because in our teachings, each color have a responsibility.
I
But is
say
that
that not them,
possible?
because if we look at the way the state of this country and they've been running it this whole goddamn time, maybe they need to have a back seat real quick and let us handle it. Is
That's
that cool?
right. Why, you
That's
know
what
what? I
like, nah,
agree
y'all
with
can
you with
sit there.
that one.
No, y'all done enough. Let
And you
them
know
sit there,
what?
because
And that's
there's no
why a
reason
lot
why
of
our
Native
children
people
have
are
not seen a
becoming
race
very
versus whites right
educated.
now.
Yes. I'm with you on
I
that
have a
one.
question.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
I have a question, and it's a real question. Is it even possible in the foreseeable future at all to see black people and a mass majority of white people standing together?
No.
And the reason I ask is because I hear so many people say, "Well, I'm not racist. I believe black people should be treated better." But I think when you say, "Okay, well, meet me here and let's stand together for that," it becomes another subject. Then well, I can't do that. So I ask. It sounds good when we say it, but I just think it's almost a useless conversation to have long term, because I don't think it's possible, because white people are so comfortable. Just everyday white people have so much comfort. They have so much luxury. I drive over the road and I go into communities and I'm like, damn.
What is luxury to you, though?
But here, I'll say
No,
this.
I
I'll
want
say
to
this.
know what luxury is to you, though, because
I'm
okay,
finna
I'm
tell you.
gonna
I'm finna
switch
tell
it
you.
up on you, because
I'm finna tell you what.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
teach
Go
you
ahead. Go
something.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to know what luxury is to you.
This is what luxury is to me. Luxury is being able to come out of your house and not have to look both ways and wonder what's going on. Luxury is sending your kids out to play, and even though you can't see them, you know they're okay. Luxury is being behind walls that have gates where you have to ask to get in, and then you have to ask to get out. Luxury is living in a community where you sleep at night and you don't hear gunshots, you don't hear police, you don't hear these certain things. Luxury is that type of it's having excessive things. You look at I go to people's house and I look in their garage and you can tell, okay, you just have money to waste because everything that you probably bought last year is already in the garage. So you're living an excessive life. And the reason I say it that way is because those are the people that most of the time say they're not racist, but you're overwhelmingly benefiting from it. You're at peace, you're comfortable exactly the
Right. But
way it is. So
do
Luxury
you
how
is
am I
not
acknowledge
going to
having to
get
do you
you?
explain to your
acknowledge the
children
How am
how
I
not to
fact
going
that
interact
to
with the
do
police.
you
how am I
do
going to
you
get you
acknowledge
to join me when you're so comfortable? Because you don't want to give up none of that comfort. And if I
Hmm.
tell you, hey, well, the way you got that wealth, the way you got those luxuries, maybe it's time to share. Then I know you're going to back off, and I know you're going to go back to your original self versus what you say you are now.
Okay,
Because
so
you're
do you acknowledge though? Do you acknowledge that not all white tea people have those privileges or live in those conditions though?
I acknowledge this. I acknowledge this. That there's a lot that don't, but the numbers that do ring out loud. The numbers that do ring out loud. And
But
even
it
the
goes
ones that
beyond
don't have and
poverty
even the
too.
ones that don't have those luxuries, even the ones that don't have those luxuries, they still have a certain amount of arrogance and they still have a certain amount of confidence. I see people who are white with nothing and they can look at a person who has everything and they still have the ability to feel equal simply because they're white.
Hmm.
Simply because they're white. So when you have that kind of arrogance, when you have that kind of attitude, how can I get you to stand up honestly with me and say, you know what? We do have to share this piece of the pie. And we don't have to share a piece of the pie. We got to give back what was taken and we got to give back what was owed.
okay, so
When
I
you look at that,
completely I completely heard what you said, but not one word about spirituality, finding yourself, being compassionate, being kind, being truthful to yourself, to your
is it
family.
There
possible?
Being
go to racism right there in the
that
comments.
Is
that,
it
Hello.
that is
possible? Is
oh,
it
somebody's
possible?
I
It
didn't
is
hear
very
that.
much
Is it
possible,
possible?
brother.
Is it possible?
Yeah.
Because when we get up and speak, the first thing we do is say give thanks to God. I hear so many white people get up, and the only time I hear a reference to God is when they say God bless America. You know, so
No,
so
thank
when
an
you say
Indian.
that spirituality, and I'll give you this right here. I'll give you this right here. When you bring up spirituality, let me hit you with this. You tell me what you think. I'm coming through Mississippi, and there's this huge sign on the road, and it's a representing. It's like one of those signs for a church. And what struck me that made me even pull over and just take a real look is this big, tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed. I mean, bluer than blue-eyed white guy, and he's holding his fan up, and he's representing Jesus. Now, we're in 2023, and with all that's being said, and you still can't get past the fact that this guy might not be exactly what we say he is, but we know definitely he don't have blonde hair and blue eyes. How are we going to talk about spirituality and let's be good to one another and let's be better people? You
So
can't accept
I'm
what
gonna ask
you do.
I'm gonna ask you another question, and I'm gonna make you guys think,
Give it to me.
because that's who I am. So if there's white people, and then there's Asian people, the black people, and then there's the red people, which is us, and we come and we're so focused on the racism and all that. What about just coming together with those people, making a stronger bond, a stronger circle, a stronger.
Once again, though, Nikki, you're asking us to come together with the people that have been our oppressors for an extremely long time.
But I'm not saying all oppressors, the
No, but no,
ones
but
that are
okay. So
not
let me give you that.
racist or
Hold on.
somebody, because
No.
I'm gonna tell you,
Can, can,
there
can, can I
we
can I
have.
give you the answer? You asked me
Yeah,
the
yeah,
question. This is
yeah,
the
yes,
answer.
yes,
This
please.
is the answer. I would say this. in overwhelming numbers and for a great, great, great period of time until it becomes a belief and a reality. White people need to come out. They don't need to even meet us halfway. They need to come over to us and they need to stay over here and they need to fight this fight. They need to go back and they need to go into their churches, go into their workplace, go into their educational system, go into their politics and say, hey, this is not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to fight it. We need to fight it because we created it. We control it. We own it. So if we control it, we own it, then we need to be the one to break it up and separate it and put it where it belongs and give pieces where they're supposed to go and put it in ways that they can't take it back. So it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to start that start.
How about
Because
ours? Ours.
no.
All
You know why? You
nations.
know why it's not ours? You know why it's not
No,
ours?
it is.
Because hold on, when you come out to fight with us, you have the luxury of going back to your life as the way it is. Asians have the luxury of going back. When you leave us, we're still fighting the fight. So there's a big difference. We're still the oppressed. We're still the victim. We're still going to see something happen tomorrow and the next day. You're not going to see that. You get to come
Oh,
over
we
here and
are
But you
you
gotta
get to
native
look.
listen.
You gotta
erasure.
acknowledge,
Native
bro.
Let me
I
go
would
back
Listen,
to
agree
erasure.
what
on
I
that
saw.
end when it comes to
listen.
indigenous people, though,
li-
African.
I'm just saying.
Africa.
I'm just saying when you get to
You
come over
gotta
here,
you're talking like there hasn't been white tea people who actively fight against
I didn't
racism,
say
who are
that. I
actually
didn't
Okay,
say
anti
okay,
that.
race.
I
but
didn't
hold
say
on,
that.
Saint. Hold on.
But you
We
No,
talking about
but I
past
didn't say you
tense.
said that though. I didn't say you said that though. I'm saying your talking point is giving that type of a vibe. You
Well,
understand? Because you're talking like all white tea people have this ideology and they have these beliefs, and it's just simply not true. Like I stated earlier, there was white civil rights activists. Today, there's anti-racism people who are white tea. They're actively fighting against racism. We
and
can,
here's
and
what
I
I'll
can
but
trace my
what has
white side.
been
I
done?
can
here's what
trace
I'll
my
say.
white.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. I believe that. I applaud that. I even say the same thing. What I will say is till the numbers become enough to be effective, it's a symbolic gesture, and I take that on our side too. I tell people on our side, we are so stuck on symbolic gestures that we act like that there was a changing moment, that it was a catalyst moment when it was just a symbolic gesture. I'll give you a prime example. I think the king of symbolism right now is Barack Obama. There's so much more you can do with that power that you're not doing, but you make symbolic gestures and we give you overwhelming love. But at the same time, do we say, hey, is he being effective? Is he changing anything? Is he really on the front line, or is he just showing up to make a great moment? So I'll give you that right there, and that doesn't take away from the white people that are fighting, and that doesn't take away from the black people that are fighting. Because one thing I will say,
Why is
and
it always black and white?
and
Where's the Asian
let me
people
finish.
and the
Let me
Indian
finish. Let me
people?
finish. Let me finish. I will say this: if you are fighting a good fight, then you should be the angriest person because you're fighting an exhausting fight because you're fighting it alone. Same thing with black people that are fighting a good fight.
I
You're
disagree. I
fighting an
disagree.
exhausting
I
Yeah.
fight
disagree. I
So
because you're
why?
not
disagree.
getting
Nikki,
the
you have
support you
to.
need.
We have to understand too that regardless of how we may feel about the situation or how we may view it, the unfortunate reality in America that when it comes to racism, it's strictly always going to be discussed in black and white because that's mainly where it started from, right? So
I disagree with that as well.
I
no, I'm
disagree
saying as
with
far
that
as
as
like
Mm,
as
well.
a whole
No,
but
society,
why?
anytime the
sweetheart, you
conversation
know
comes
what? There
up,
was native people that
no, I
were
know I'm
put
not.
in our lands and
I'm
they
not
were
trying. I'm not
hung for
denying that,
hunting.
Nikki. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is the way that it goes in this country, more often than not, when people are discussing racism, it's more often directed towards black and white. It's very rare that you're going to hear white
Oh,
and
yeah,
Asian
and
or
we're
indigenous and
dismissed.
black and
And
stuff
Can,
like
that's
that.
why
It's
there's
can,
native
can,
erasure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Yeah,
trying to.
yeah.
I hope that I'm not sounding like I'm participating in native erasure because that's not what I'm
Okay,
saying.
well, it does because you're
Yeah.
saying white
No, I
and
am
black. It's
talking
not
about.
white and black. It's not
Can
white
No,
and
can
black,
I
and that's where you need to understand there's
I
native
understand
erasure
that, Nikki.
happening.
can
I'm
can
just
can I
talking
can
about
I
the
can I
way
can
that
Yes,
I
it
jump
yes,
works
in?
in
please,
this
please say
country.
something.
Can I jump in
No,
real
it's not
quick?
just his countries. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You say black
I
and
don't
white.
like
No, it's
speaking on
not
anything
black
outside
and
of
white.
America.
No, this
Can
is
I?
our land.
I know it's your land. I know, baby.
And then
I'm
why are
denying
we
that.
being pushed aside?
I'm no.
It's
Listen,
not black and white. No,
I
All
this
right,
is
all
our
right,
am
yo,
land.
saying
yo,
that that's what I
Dippity and
believe.
Nikki,
Okay,
Okay.
Dippity and Nikki,
got it.
Dippity and Nikki.
Oh Lord God.
Oh shit!
I just
All right,
totally disagree.
let's get a fresh mind on it.
I
Let's
just
just get a
totally
fresh mind
disagree.
on it
There's
real quick.
black and
Let
white.
me walk with
No,
that
there's
because I don't want
black,
to.
white,
Hold up,
red, and
hold on,
yellow.
hold up, Nikki, hold up. Brown, I'm gonna let Brown Girl come in and moderate. I'm gonna let her do her thing real quick. We need a fresh mind on the topic.
So a couple of things. I've been listening to a lot of things in here. So this is my opinion on a few of the things that I've heard. So, do I believe white people are inherently racist? No. What I do believe is that they are started at a very young age being programmed to be racist, though extremely young age. And that happens to a lot of us, right? With the internalized racism, the programming, what we see on media, what we see on movies, what we hear in music, all of these things that has been programmed to have these preconceived biases of one another, right? That was the whole psychology of white supremacy. I think a lot of times when we talk about racism, we tend to go by the real the what we see in front of us and not talk about the psychology of white supremacy and what has caused all of this. So that's number one. Number two, when it comes to um, how people are treated here, we do understand, and all of us can, I think, can agree that colorism does exist, and those that are darker, regardless of ethnicity, those that are darker are going to be treated worse. Those are lighter that are going to have a more of a lighter skin privilege, white privilege, etc. Right? We understand all of that. When it comes to the racism part and how each individual groups of people get treated, I don't agree with the fact that, and this is kind of the problem what they were, what Nikki and I think Edward were trying to get into. It is a form of erasure because even though this country sees racism as black and white, it is part of the erasure of natives because it completely dismisses everything that natives go through here in this country.
Okay.
Yes,
And what
sister.
I'm saying by that is this, right? So if we're talking, and because I don't play the oppression Olympics, I only talk about the statistics. When we talk about the statistics, Native Americans are the most marginalized group of people in this
Yes.
country. And so that is the part where it is erasure because and because of that, because that's not talked about, because people don't put any focus or even uplift what is happening to native people in this country, that is part of the erasure, and that is done on
Yes.
purpose.
Okay.
Thank
That is done
you.
on purpose. It's
Can
not
I
that
ask a
you're
question?
it's
May I
Yeah,
not.
ask a
but
Hold on,
but
question?
hold on.
hold on.
I just want to
Hold on.
clarify
I'm
something.
still
Everybody,
listening.
No, no,
I've
no.
let
Can
everybody
I ask
talk.
a real question?
Let's
Let her
Hold on.
hold on.
let her
I've
finish.
let everybody
Let's
talk
go.
for a very
Hold
long
up,
time,
hold up.
so can I please finish?
Yes, please do.
So part of it's not that I'm saying that you guys are actively or knowingly participating in that erasure, but this is the psychological warfare that has been going on in this country against native people since they got here. It is literally because, and I'm going to say this in a way that I hope it doesn't sound disrespectful, but when it comes to Black Americans in this country, you guys were taken away from your homelands. And because you guys were taken away from your homelands, the focus is going to be on you guys because the government has nothing to take away from you guys, right? When it comes to Native Americans, they don't want the focus being on us because they still have things that they're trying to take away. They still have land that they want. They still
Yes.
have
Mm-hmm.
resources
Yes.
that they're trying to pull from us. And they are doing this in ways so they focus it on black and white completely erasing what is going on
Mm-hmm.
with the Native community.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the
Mm-hmm.
part of the erasure that I don't think people understand how deep
Exactly.
erasure goes. It's not just the erasure of history, it's not just the erasure of culture. It is literally the erasure of our struggle and everything that people are going,
Mm-hmm.
as far as Native Americans are going through in this country. And not only in this country, but across this entire Western hemisphere. And
Yes.
so, colorism, yes, when we talk about colorism, yes, the darker you are, the worse you get treated. But when we're talking about racism, it is the Native Americans that they have something that they are still trying to take away.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
the
Yes, sister.
problem, by ignoring that problem and focusing it just on black and white, they get to sneak around and do
Mm-hmm.
things like ICWA.
Yes.
They get to do things like MMIW. They get
Yes.
to do things where at the border, our people are being called illegal on stolen land. Our children are being trafficked more than any group of people.
Knowing
Our women
damn
are
well
still.
everybody else but y'all are immigrants. That's the funny
May,
part.
may, may I say something? May I say something? I got a question.
Yeah,
I
you
got a
can say
question.
something real quick. I just need to address a comment real quick. Someone asked me if I'm not native, why do I host this? And it's because I talk about real problems. I host discussions about real issues, and native erasure is a real issue. I don't have to be
These guys
indigenous
are
to talk about
awesome. Don't judge them.
it. So,
I
Okay,
hate to break
this
it
is
to you,
my question. Hold on. This is my
XCO333.
question.
If
This is
you
my
are
question.
not an indigenous American, you are told I'm a fucking immigrant, technically. That's how I view it. We were not here. Right. So now for Nikki, I want you to understand everything that brown girl just said. That's what I was trying to say. I wasn't saying that I wasn't attempting to participate in it. I was just trying to explain it from my black perspective in a way of how this shitty ass country views racism whenever the topic is brought up. Does that make sense? That wasn't my intention to make you feel as though I was saying that you guys don't experience anything. As far as I'm concerned, the same way they put drugs and shit in the black communities, that's what they're doing on reservations to y'all, right? They are actively trying to exterminate y'all. And it's shitty. So I don't want you to think that that was my intention. It definitely wasn't. I just wanted to clear that up for you.
All right. Thank you.
This
Brown
go
this
girl,
ahead,
you
Africa.
is
are
my
the
question.
bomb.com.
This is my question. This is
Can
my
I,
question.
can
This
I
is
say
my
let
something
question.
Africa
real?
go. Let
Oh,
Africa
go
go real
ahead. Go
quick.
ahead. Go
This
ahead.
is my question. And I'm asking everybody here. And before you answer, think about it. Don't just listen to respond. Think about it. When it comes to us as a people, as black people, anytime something happens outside of us, we take up the fight. Anytime something happens to us, we still include. Now, I'll say this for Native Americans, for anybody else, for for white people, everybody. If you don't get on our side when we need you to, how are we supposed to ever get on your side at all? You got to come to the table at the same time you want us to come to the table. I heard us say how marginalized you are. If that's true, then you should be banding together with us in recognizable numbers to fight this fight. But you can't say it's all inclusive. When we need you, we don't hear you. But then when we say us, you say, well, us too. You
Okay,
can't do.
so
You can't.
so
You can't throw yourself in the mix when we say what about us, but not throw yourself. But not throw yourself in the mix when it is
so
about.
so let me put it to you in this
And
perspective,
that's
right?
a big deal. That's a big
So
deal.
so okay, so let me put it to you in this perspective, right? So I think a lot of this does have to do with media and how the media portrays who is where and helping where. So, for example, the media didn't portray here in San Antonio the Black Lives Matter march here. You know who put that whole march together and is one of the largest in the country? The Brown Berets. They put that march together. There are a lot of people that are involved. It's just not being portrayed out to each community because they want to make it look like we're not helping each other. So that's number one. Number two, what I often find out is that we do know about your guys' issues. We do support those issues, but how many people actually know about Native issues? When we talk about ICWA, how many people are just barely finding out about ICWA? How many people are just barely finding out about MMIW? How many people knew that Native Americans are dying at the hands of police higher than any other race or ethnicity? These are things that aren't spoken about. And I saw a comment asking, well, how come this isn't being, who's responsible for it to be put up at the forefront for Native Americans? We do put it up at the forefront, but you know what? It gets shot down. I know many Native journalists that are actively out there putting it, trying to get it on the media. One of my closest friends has worked for CNN, MSNBC, and you know what? He constantly gets silenced even in those arenas. So they don't put it out on the front page. They don't put it out on mainstream news at the 8 o'clock hour when everybody's watching these things. They put it at, the 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3-minute segment. But we spend all day talking about black and white issues. It's not a bad thing. But the thing is that the Native issues, when we try to put it at the forefront, it gets silenced consistently. The reason for that is once it's silenced, once people don't know about the issues, then you can't fight for those issues. You don't know about them. A
Yes.
couple of weeks ago,
I'll say this.
No, wait. Let her
hold on.
talk.
Go
A
ahead.
couple of weeks
Let
ago,
her talk.
there was a Supreme Court case that was being heard at the Supreme Court that nobody knew about except for the Native community. And very, very few people of that I know knew about it because I was speaking about it. And that was the Supreme Court case where the Navajo Nation went and spoke in front of the Supreme Court to get their water rights back due to the treaty that has been broken
Hasn't that been going on for a
forever.
couple of years, Nikki?
So these are things that if you ask people, do you know about Native issues? The vast majority of people do not know. It's only because of this app right now that people ever even found out about ICWA or MMIW. These are things that most people didn't know about and didn't hear about because it was never put at the forefront. And every time it gets tried to be put at the forefront, it didn't. You know how long it took for Standing Rock to get national attention? Weeks. They were out there fighting for weeks
That was
before
a
it got
long
national
time.
attention.
Yes.
So
Yes.
these are things when we're saying, people are out there. People are out there. I've been out there in the street, boots on the ground at these protests, and I see my people out there. But you know what it's not portrayed on? It's not portrayed on the media. It's not portrayed on the news. So unless you're really out there, boots on the ground in communities where you have a large Native presence, you're not going to see it. If you don't have a large Native presence in certain communities, yeah, you're not going to see a large Native presence there. But you know where you will see it? You will see it in other parts of the country where there is a large Native presence. And that's the problem, is that people are literally caught up in their bubbles and the media doesn't portray it because they don't want us to look like we are working together. They want us to infight.
Exactly.
They want us to
Exactly.
go back
Yes.
and forth with each other. They want us to say, well, where were you? Where were you? Where were
Yep.
you? You know
Now,
what? Because they're not showing us there. They're not showing you guys with
Mm-hmm.
us. That's the
Well,
problem.
Yep.
now,
I'll say
considering the
this:
fact that the
the
media is
media,
ran by the white
the
people, right? Do you
media.
understand why I'm just sitting here like shaky as far as the whole letting them join in on the fight when they are actively, a lot of the majority, the government is ran by who? Cishet white men, or at least they think they're heterosexual. We know the truth. But with all of these things that they're doing to separate us with the media and stuff and making it seem like, well, you guys don't really like each other. Remember this, and this, when that's not the case. When we're fighting for our own rights. You get what I'm saying? We're fighting to be recognized and acknowledged and no longer treated as animals, as black and indigenous people. So do you see why I'm just like, yeah, white people joining in on this fight? They've had plenty of time to try to help us, regardless of how many anti-racists are out there. Clearly, they're not doing their job properly. But anytime I've heard black or brown voices on a topic, shit typically gets done. Does that make sense?
No, I totally agree with you. So when it comes to that, when it does come to that is most of us who are black and brown, and I'm not going to say all of us, but okay, not even most of us right now, because there's still a lot of people that are colonized, but there's a lot of us that are actively decolonizing as black and brown people, right? And there's still a lot of work we all got to do with ourselves, right? So it does start with us. But what I
Exactly.
have noticed is that you do see it also requires that white people have to actively decolonize themselves as well. I don't see a large majority of them actively decolonizing. I do see some, but we need a majority to be actively decolonizing, not just doing anti-racism work, but literally actively decolonizing from the psychology of white supremacy, because white supremacy is more than just racism. White supremacy is homophobia, it's ageism, it is
Yep.
ableism,
Yep.
it
Yep.
is
Yep. Yep.
transphobia, it is misogyny, it is
Everything
all
that
of
is
those
not
things.
Aryan blood.
Exactly. So if you're not, and so as black and brown people, if we're not actively decolonizing in all of those areas, and we're not showing that we're actively decolonizing in all of those areas, you're not going to get white people to actively decolonize in all of those areas either.
She got a call. She about to
Can
echo.
I say this? Can I say this as well?
That call came
I
through. She
want to
about
say
to
this.
echo it
I want
bad.
to say this. I want to say this. If you look at the media now, a lot of the information that you see in the media is coming from places like TikTok now. They're paying attention, and the reason I bring that up is because right now I think almost like CNN, Fox News, these different things, they are becoming pretty much obsolete because the conversation that they're trying to have, people are having it right here, right now. The lie that they're trying to spread is being dissected immediately after they tell the lie, and the truth starts to spread. So what I would say is I don't see, and maybe I'm not in the right groups, maybe I haven't tagged the right people, but if that presence for the Indian people and everything for those people, make it known all over, because I see us everywhere. And I think the reason we have a conversation about us is because we are everywhere. We're debunking everything. We got people that's clearing up history every day, and and it's being effective. So I would say you have the power because you have a tool in front of you. You have social media. You can be just as effective. I think it just takes a mass number of people to put the information out there.
So
So we
I
have
would
it right
say,
here.
I would say that it's your algorithm. Because if you followed enough native people on this app, you would see how vocal we are about our issues.
Oh, they're
Oh
very.
yeah, they. Oh yeah,
Yes.
y'all vocal as a motherfucker. I love it.
And not only educated, I don't know how many First Native women have become judges, doctors, lawyers. I'm an accountant. Like, I mean, but do you see that on
The other
mainstream? No,
thing,
we don't.
the other thing I'm going to add to this is how also deep the erasure goes. You get the Latin American diaspora in itself. Not all, but a large majority of the Latin American diaspora are indigenous and don't even realize that they're indigenous.
Mm-hmm.
That would boost our numbers significantly. But
Exactly, sister.
Definitely.
because of the fact that they aren't in touch with their indigenous roots, and
Yep.
they aren't decolonizing into understanding what their history, because it's been so suppressed from us understanding, me being a Mexican indigenous woman, us understanding our histories, because that has been so suppressed that we believe, and I had this thought process for a lot of my lifetime, that I just had native ancestry way far back when. And now that I've done my genealogy, it's way closer than I even thought it was. These are things. The culture that I was taught was Mexican culture, is mostly indigenous culture. So when you have millions upon millions of people, like 40, 50, 60, 100 million people, even higher than that, not even understanding who they are because of erasure,
Exactly.
how deep that
Exactly.
erasure goes,
Yes.
that could be a powerful voice that we do not have because of how deep indigenous erasure is.
Like with the
Yes.
Mexicans for Trump.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
See, these are things that it's the decolonization of these things, and us teaching. My platform is fighting against erasure, fighting against fighting against the disinformation out there, and trying to teach the history of my people so that way they know who they are and where they come from. But so much of it has been repackaged into other things that people don't realize how deep the erasure goes for indigenous people. It
Yes.
goes so
Yes.
deep
Yeah.
because they don't want us to reclaim our lands back. They don't
Exactly.
want that. And so they will reclassify us multiple times over and over and over again. They will tell us, they will make us feel ashamed to even reclaim being indigenous. They will do all of these things to pull that away from us so that way we do not fight for our own people and we fight against our own people. And that's
Exactly.
part of the issue that we are facing as a community because of how deep it goes. And I think what I try to explain to people is how deep this. I even will tell people about our history, and they will say, "We didn't even know that." I learned more about Black history growing up, and I was in a 70% Mexican school.
Mm-hmm.
I learned, and we had two Black kids. The
Yep.
rest were white kids. I learned more
Mm-hmm.
about Black history, which was very whitewashed, then I learned zero about Mexican history.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing I learned about Native history was the super whitewashed ideology of
Now,
Thanksgiving.
Yes.
hold
And
on,
that
wait a
was it.
minute. You gotta
That was
remember
all I
though.
learned.
You gotta remember
Huh?
though. They did try to, do the little Cinco de Mayo thing or whatever in school, I
That
guess.
also has been appropriated. That's
Mm-hmm.
all, yeah, that's all been
Yes.
appropriated.
Yes.
So these are things like even then, so when it comes to even the history learning in school, we didn't learn nothing. That's why so many quote unquote Latinos are very, very lost in who their identity is.
Yeah.
And that is part of the problem in when we're talking about having voices, we've got a lot of lost people out there still
Yeah.
I
that
got a
we are
question
trying
for
to
you.
actively decolonize and get them to understand where their roots are.
Now, can
I
I
got a
ask a
Exactly.
question for you
question?
as a Latino. As a Latino, I got a question for you. When you see Mexicans for Trump and those things, or Latino for Trump, what's the penalty? What's the penalty?
What do you
And
mean, what's the penalty?
what's the severity of the penalty?
What do you mean, what's the penalty?
Mm.
Because there you go. That's my that I was waiting for you to say that because I think that's a big problem even for us as Black people. There's no penalty for selling us out. There should be
Mm.
there should be there should be such a severity and there should be such a casting out that it should be that you should live in fear of what you're doing. You shouldn't even be able to be comfortable coming out your door, just going to the store to get groceries. That's how public your presence should be in the world. If you're doing that, if you're out here for Trump, then you need to be as famous as Trump. You need to be as isolated as Trump if you're
I
going
don't.
to do those things. And I don't think we do that enough.
I don't
So
think that's fair.
I think we allow people to do these things without consequences. And the consequences
Mm.
need to start coming when you do these things because a lot of these people are doing it just for financial gain. They're doing it because they can get away with it. But when the consequences are really, really high enough, you'll see a lot of people that say, well, I was with you, but the price is too high now. I was with you because it benefited me, but now I'm being shut out everywhere I go. My family is being shut out. People that know me are being shut out. I think that's a big thing that needs to start to take place. It needs to be a penalty and it needs to be severe.
I
And it
think
so
that's
needs to be
unfair though.
unforgiving.
so
It
I
So
needs
think
to
that's
be
why
unfair
unforgiving.
because you gotta
instead
wait,
acknowledge
wait.
that.
instead of
So
punishing,
here.
right? Sorry, Brown girl, I'll let you go in just a second. But I feel like punishing and acting like that's kind of just like moving backwards. Like we
Yeah.
could encourage our people to
Yeah.
run. We could encourage
Mm-hmm.
our people to get in the office and make real change. Just punishing people for supporting somebody's not going to get nobody anywhere.
It's like I
Exactly.
always tell my
Especially in
people.
let me ask you this.
politics.
Hold on. Can I
Go
please
ahead.
address the comment?
Go ahead.
Mexican history is definitely part of U.S. history. See, that's part of the problem. See, when we're talking about indigenous erasure, people don't look at Mexicans as indigenous, especially Mexicans north of the
Exactly.
border.
Thank
So
you.
so let me explain
Wasn't
this real
Mexico
quick.
technically a part of Turtle Island anyway?
Yes, it
Yes.
is.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, it
Okay. I
is.
knew I wasn't fucking crazy when I said that.
Yes. So when it comes to that, so this entire continent, well, this entire Western Hemisphere was all indigenous land before any European
Exactly.
borders
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
were placed
Yes.
on
Yes.
us.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Then when Spain came here and they when they came here and colonized, they colonized all the way up through the southwest United States, all the way up to California, all of the
Mm-hmm.
southwest United States, Texas, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, California, all of that was
Mm-hmm.
Spanish territory. And then when Mexico won its independence from Spain, it became Mexican territory. And then when Mexico lost the war against the Mexican American War, then all of that and that border that was placed became U.S. territory. And guess what? Not all of us went back across that border. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
us were here and
Yep.
we have very
Yep.
deep roots here.
Yep.
So Mexican history is indeed American history. It is not only American history, it is indigenous history.
Yes.
You know, I
Thank
always
you.
said that Mexicans were literally indigenous people that were pushed away and pushed off of their land and forced into like another a corner. That's what I've always felt. So yeah,
Now,
look at me for being smart as fuck sometimes.
now I do agree with
Let me address
Cuba
the brother
because
what he said.
in my perspective, neither party is for any people of color.
Mm-mm. No,
Mm-hmm.
I
it's the same
understand that one
person.
party is a little bit better than the other, but
They're not.
neither party at the end of the day is for any of us. They
Today's
all have an
Republicans are
agenda to
literally
uphold the system.
Today's
Yes.
Republicans are literally yesterday's Democrats. It's literally the same shit. And that's why it's like when I talk to other black people who say, well, I'm not going to vote because my vote doesn't count. Well, it's not going to count if you're not going to put those votes in. You have to start at your local elections, the school board, the city council, and all of that. We have to get our people in these positions and knock out the dusty motherfuckers that's over here farting paper or whatever the fuck. Right? There's no reason why the
Can I ask you a
Constitution has
question?
not been rewritten multiple times at this point.
Can I ask you a
There,
question? Can I ask you a question? All of you a question.
Go
When
ahead.
you talk about, I heard the guy say, we got to vote people in, we got to get these right politicians in, people got to get other people elected that are willing to do the work. Are we not watching right now? Even when we elect people who are trying, they change the laws, they change the rules, they do whatever they got to do. They break the law basically to try to enforce the law that they want, their version at that time.
you have to
Look at
start state before you go federal, though.
but hold on, look at what happened in Nashville. Look at what happened in Nashville. Those two guys stood up and they basically broke the law to enforce the law. Now I hear a lot of people say, well, we got to get people elected. We've gotten people elected. And what do? They set elected and they get in silence. And then they become, just a seat, a seat filler. I look at I can't think of his name, but I think he was the leader for the Democrats or some James something or something, James Clyburn or something. I heard him speak and he talked about his position, but I didn't even know you existed until that moment. That's how ineffective you are. I hear about other people. So when I say this and I ask this, can we really be effective in a system that is so well organized, that is so well maintained, that anytime it's infiltrated, there's an immediate change that kills that infiltration? Or do the system need to be stripped down and redone all the way from the ground up? And I
In
know that's
Well,
order to
it,
strip
it
down
well,
the
so yeah,
system,
no,
I
no,
know
no.
that's a
I
big thing.
I didn't really.
Hold
Hold
on.
on.
I know that's a big thing to say, but it can happen if you want it to. And I believe it can happen. I believe stripping it down and forcing it to change is possible than actually trying to get inside
I'm
and change
sorry.
things from the inside.
Okay, I'll
I
stop
didn't
eating
really get
chips.
to. So it was in response to my question, so I didn't really, or his question to me or whatever. I didn't get to really elaborate on my point too much. But like, in order, like, we can't just vote people in, right? We can't just have a president or a politician or a lawyer. We need to infiltrate the entire system in order to reconstruct it, right? Like the Black Panther Party was infiltrated. We need cops, we need lawyers, we need presidents, we need politicians, we need doctors, we need all of that. We need all of it to change. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Of course, it's not going to work if we just get somebody in office. Of course, they're outnumbered by the system. We need to infiltrate the entire system.
Like I said, it
So
starts with even your local mayor or the people that you have on the school board. Anywhere that you could vote, whether it be state, city, county, federal, we have to do that. In order for people to get to the position to get up there into the feds, what we'll call it the big leagues, they have to start local. We have to start paying attention to the people in our neighborhoods that are actively trying to make a change. We can no longer say, well, I'm not going to vote for you because I don't hear about you on TV, but I heard about this person. Well, you get shit on again. That's ultimately what happens. And then also too, we have to stop giving so much power to the goddamn president when they're literally just a face. What the fuck if nobody says the only reason that Trump won is because they wanted a fucking idiot that they could place all the bullshit on, and they know that he would have been the perfect fall guy. What do you got to
Facts.
lose? You know what I'm
I,
saying? He's
I
just
think also part of it is that because of this two-party system that does nothing for us, I think I do feel if we could get a strong third party, we
there
could
are
make a
more
difference.
than two
But that
parties.
third party has to be a united party, one party, not
Yes.
all,
Got you.
not these little
Bang.
separate third party systems,
Got you.
right?
I got
You
you.
have to have an indigenous and black
Bang.
party together to be, because when you get it to be indigenous and black and one party as a whole third party system, then we take away all of their voting, because
You
the white
know,
vote is split between Democrats and Republicans.
you know damn well they don't want us to come together.
I know
I'll
that,
give you
but
this
that
I'll
Exactly.
Exactly.
give you this
that is how
also.
you start to infiltrate, is when you get us together and actually
Hmm.
build that party. Those that want to sit there and because when we look at it, it is a minority group in all of our groups that are for the Republican side. You have way more on the Democratic side. But at the end of the day, if you pull all those people together and you have something to bring them together, those that want to be lost and still want to go play in white supremacy and think that they're going to be the picked ones when they're not
Yes.
going to, they can go over there. They're going to be a minority vote anyway. But you get a third party that is wholly united of people of color together, you're going to have a stronger vote, and we would be the majority vote in
See,
all
And
and
of
now
them.
brown
that
girl,
You
determines
brown
who
girl
party to
pull the
vote
vote.
takes the
for.
words
You
right out of my
literally pull
mouth.
the vote away from both the Democrats and the Republicans.
I want to say this also. I think we have to recognize the military as well, because the only reason these people feel this power is because they're so well protected. And we know when you become a Mexican soldier, when you become a black soldier, you're no longer black, you're no longer Mexican. You are a weapon. Now, when you're white,
Hmm.
you get to stay white and you get to be a soldier. But when you're black, your conversation is different. Even like with the Secret Service, you put a black person in office, they ask you, can you get past what this person is going to say and still do your job? You're not going to have that conversation with a white guy. But if you start to draw those lines in the armed forces, if you start to draw those same lines in the police departments, then you'll force a conversation that's have to happen, because they won't feel so protected, because they'll be looking at this person wondering, what do you really believe and what do you really stand for? Because
Oh,
right now, if you go when you go to the hill, you sit at a desk that's so far away, and they get to sit at a round table and look down on you, and all the way around the wall is somebody with a weapon in case you make a mistake and do something.
Okay, but you just cut my
Take away
sister
that
off.
comfort, once you take away that comfort internally and publicly, people will start to have a different conversation. And a lot of the things you say about third parties, all those things, those become real realities. But when you know you're that protected, because every time something happens, where does money go? Into the armed forces. Every time something happens to a black person, what starts to sell? Weapons. So when you take away that comfort of knowing that you're that protected, you'll be protected in a lot more ways. But until you're willing to take away that,
Exactly. He cut a woman off.
hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a big conversation that needs to start happening. You're a soldier, you're an officer, you're in the government, you're in Secret Service, but where do you stand? Where do you stand? Because at some point you're going to have to choose because we're going down a road that's going to push us that way if we don't, do something extreme to bring it back to a talking point. We're going to head that way, and I fear for myself. I fear for myself and my children and my family, my people, if I have to look at a brother that look just like me and he can't separate himself from being a soldier in America to just being a black person defending America against us and what's being done to him too. That is a scary thought to me that I could stand there one day and see that
So
that
can
all of that pointed at me. But
so so
we have to force that conversation too.
so okay. So I can talk about this conversation because I am a veteran, and as someone who has served,
Thank you for your
um,
sacrifice.
thank you, I appreciate it. As someone who has served, as someone who no, I being in the military, having friends still in the military, many of my friends are POC. I would not want an all white military. And I've said this multiple times. I would not want an all white military. I would not want an all white police force. I would not want all. And now that's not to say that we have colonized POC in the military and colonized POC in the police force. We know that. We get that. But there's there's a bunch of us in
She is
here.
not racist.
There are a bunch of us that are very much decolonized and in those spaces where we do prevent certain things that happen. I will say this, and a lot of people don't want to talk about it or even speak on it. The POC that were at the head of the military are the ones that kept Trump from doing some stupid shit. I will say that. Now, with that being said, when it comes to indigenous people, a lot of people have a problem with it, and I get it, and it's going to be opinion based on that. But these are our lands.
No, it's not.
Yes.
These are
No,
our
it's
lands,
not.
and when it comes to
What'd
this,
you say?
It's not your land.
Oh,
For
yes, it
one,
is.
No.
and I'll tell you
All right,
why.
And
hold up.
you know what?
Before
I'll
everybody,
tell
hold
you
up.
why
Everybody,
it's
hold
not
up for a
totally
second.
makes
Everybody,
sense.
just hold up for
Is
a second.
because for
Cat, hold
one,
up, Captain. I let you up here. Just stop talking for a second. Now, I see where this is gonna go. So, Captain, I'm gonna let you say what you gotta say. Pick your words very wisely, and then Brown Girl is going to respond. I don't
if
want to
you want to
hear from
fast track
nobody
my
else. Brown Girl
words,
can
that's
speak for
fine.
herself.
But I
Let me
speak
cuss them out
freely.
next then.
For one, when you say a group of people because of their color of their skin think a certain way, that is racism. Second off, native people in America were not a monolithic group. They were hundreds of different tribes that believed different things. They warred with each other constantly. The Comanche were extremely brutal.
Like how y'all kids like shooting up
he's
schools.
gone. I'm not going to listen to a white man come up here and talk about
Listen, I
exactly.
Exactly.
wanted to
Thank
have
you,
some fun
sister.
Yeah.
with
Oh
him.
my God.
I was
Yeah,
about to go in on his ass,
Oh,
yeah.
but he
so was
like,
I.
nah,
So
let
was
me have
I.
fun.
Nope. I'm not letting no white man come up here and talk about the history of my people. So
All
Exactly.
right, there you
Well,
go.
yeah,
I'm
when
There
with
you
you,
he
go.
brown
said there
girl.
were persons, as a matter of fact, there were
I
hundreds.
was
It's like, oh
ready
yeah,
for
he done
the.
fucked
I
up.
had him ready. I had the mic
I was
open
ready
ready.
too.
So,
My butt was already upstairs.
uh,
I don't. Oh, he went there. Yeah, he fucked
yeah,
up.
I let him say what he was saying. As soon as he said what he said, it was bye. But as an indigenous person who served, these are our lands. I do not feel comfortable. Even I do not agree with. So let me make it clear. I do not agree with the military industrial complex. Right. I don't agree with that. But what I will say when it comes to that. Um, if we do not have a military, for one, I do not want an all white military. For two, if we do not have a military, it's not going to stop the world from hating us. And then the lands that we have been fighting for so long, for the what we still have left is gone completely, blown out the water. And we still need people within those ranks to help at least do something. And I don't agree with how our military is used to be colonizers. I do not agree with that. But I also do not agree with having an all-white military, because then you're gonna that comfort that he was talking about is even more fucking comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Even more comfortable. And if we don't want those politicians, those people in office to have that comfort, you have to have you have to have POC involved in that system. As much as we hate it, they have to be involved with it, because otherwise that comfort is even more secure without us in it.
They're going to attack us. Period. It doesn't even have to be all of them. But if there was an all-white military in America, if the whole military was just all white, POCs and black people would be attacked relentlessly. I don't care what nobody says.
Yep.
Because that they would get that power trip as to what caused them to do the shit that they've done to our communities for this long. Because they have been put into this, they have forced their ways into these positions of power.
Yep. And it is a double-edged sword. It is a double-edged sword for POC. I'm not going to deny that. It is a whole double-edged sword. But at the same time, when I look at the bigger picture and someone who has served, I can say from experience, I would not want an all-white military, because even in the military, we deal with fascists. We deal with racists. And trust me, if those fascists and racists are all in the military and they're an all-white military, nope. Nope, it would not be good.
That's
You
a
wouldn't have
federally
enough
funded
you wouldn't have
KKK.
enough decolonized white people in that military to stop what would happen. You have to have us in there in order to prevent a lot of that shit. Now, we can't prevent the colonization of other black and brown countries. And I get that. And I get that's where people have a fucking problem with it. But at the same time, when we look at what happens here at home, like an example, when some of the BLM marches were happening, and they put the military out there, you know how many of those POC military prevented certain people from attacking the crowds that were actually doing what, protesting. There were POC military that stood in the way of that. So we do need our people in those places, as much as we hate it, and as much as it sucks, and as much as it makes us part of that system and that double-edged sword. We do need it. People can disagree with me. I know a lot of people that disagree with me on
Now
it,
you got a
and
valid
that's
ass
fine.
point.
Nah,
But
nah, I'm with you,
to
sister.
me,
Anybody who
there
disagrees
is
with you
this
doesn't know
that
about history.
yeah, it's just, it's not, to me, it's the way the system is set up and built at this point in time. You cannot have us not in that system, at least having some kind of say, at least being able to stand down when we can and when we need to, because there are people that have POC that have done that and have stepped up and said, hey, this isn't right, this isn't okay. And then we have made changes in that military for those reasons, and there's still a long way to go, just like there is everywhere else. But you can't just say that having them not in there is going to be the way to go, because I promise you, an all-white military, knowing what I know in the military, knowing the racism I faced in the military, you do not want an all-white military. You just don't.
No, no.
I've heard some things. My ex was a vet, and I come from a bunch of family members that are vets.
Oh,
I've
that's
heard
cool.
some shit. And it's like, yeah, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want
Yeah,
that to
see.
happen. It would be like, imagine the LAPD and the NYPD all together as one.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Essentially, yes.
Yep.
Yes. It will fuck us up. It will. I mean, hey.
When you said that, I was thinking, okay, so the Asians, the black, the whites, the reds.
That is, like I said, I personally, as a black woman, I no longer want allies. I want accomplices. To me, the silence is complicit either way it goes, and it's harming us more than anything. You can be as good as you want to. If you're quiet, then you're not good at all. And I understand, people have their families and shit like that, but if you're not calling out your parents or whatever for their blatant racism and trying to find excuses and you're still holding community with them, you're just as culpable as them, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, I got a question for the panel. Right, I got a request from Godly. Do y'all want to hear from Godly?
Who's godly?
Oh Lord. Okay.
Sure, why not?
Is it
Let's
somebody I
hear
could
it.
cuss out?
Finding my inner peace.
Is it somebody I
All
could
right,
cuss out, y'all?
so
Okay, he could come
Dippity,
up.
yeah, okay, Dippity. You wanted to know about the Stop Indigenous Erasure. Well, you about to find out.
Oh,
Oh
okay.
Lord.
What's
What
up, Godly?
What are you gonna come in and say, Godly?
I don't know. I just don't see how you could sit on a platform and be recruiting your people to work and become part of a government that's causing all this chaos and destruction in this country and openly do it and get people to side with it. I just don't understand that.
You
But
know
What
David,
you
you
why?
said
talking
you had
about?
a question about indigenous races.
You know why, Godly? Because this is my people's lands, and my people need to still protect their
Oh
land.
Lord.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
It's not your people's lands; it's my people's
Oh
land.
my goodness.
Okay,
I
so
ain't
you
gonna
don't
I
have to
ain't
do
gonna
that
engage
part.
in that part of it. Yeah, I ain't gonna engage in that with other right here. What was
I'm
your
gonna
question,
engage
David?
with you because I'm gonna tell
No, because
you.
I when I came up here, I was asked in regards to the thing in the background, what do they mean by stop indigenous erasure? And then came out the conversation about the idiots that believe that black people were here first, and we were not.
He's one of them.
Yeah, we were not. We were not, baby.
Well, I mean, first of all, it's idiotic for you to make a statement when you don't do any research. I prefer you to ask the question.
Research. Where did you get your
What
research
research do I
from?
have to do, darling? Just
Okay,
out of
okay,
curiosity.
okay. That's just so you asking the question now. That's better. First of all, you can do your genealogy. You can trace your family
I
history
already
Mm-hmm.
did
back
that. So
by
what's
record.
next?
Hold on, let me finish my point to you. You can trace your family back before you make the determination of where you is. You go back as far as your family can go and see what the documentation
I've
says
done that
that your family
already.
are.
So what's your next
Okay,
point?
and I've done it on four sides, and all mine relate back to India. So what is that?
What? Well, hold on. Hold the fuck up.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, that's what I just told you. Where do yours go back to? Since you did your genealogy, where do yours go back to? Just curiosity.
Genealogy now. Because he
Okay.
doesn't know
Can you
who he
show us?
is.
So wait. So you believe that because
I
your
just asked you a
genealogy
question first. I
takes
just
you
asked
back
you a
to
question
India, that means that you were here
before
first?
you get all animated, Queen. First, before you get all animated, I just
I'm
told you
an animated person.
what my records took mine back to. Where did yours take you back to?
No, because this ain't even about me at this point. I want to
That's what I
know
said.
that. I want to know.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay.
I want to
I
know how
see. That's where
you
you're going.
connected the
That's what I thought.
two. I want to know how you connected the two when you said that you traced your family back on all four sides and it came back to India. How the hell did you associate that with this country?
I said to Indian, not India, Indian.
Okay, the only Indians I know are from
I'm
India,
from
so I
Right,
guess
India.
because
it's legit.
you don't even know who you are. Like I said, you clowning yourself in front of a room of people who's trying to use your ignorance to verify to
Who?
benefit what they're saying over there. You don't even know your genealogy. You openly let me
Godly,
know that right now.
Godly,
All right.
You just
Godly.
called
You
me
don't even know your
American,
ignorant.
genealogy.
Godly. American Indian is a legal term. Stop.
Okay, well, you can call it what you want, ma'am. I'm
No,
talking
that's
about
what it
according to
is.
my documentation. Well, you can
That's
call it
what
what you
you
want,
don't
All
then.
right.
have
So
Yo,
so
documentation.
Godly,
so
Godly,
so is Native
Godly,
Americans.
Godly,
Godly,
So is
your
Native
Godly,
land
Godly,
Americans.
patent
Godly.
is
Yeah.
not documentation
Okay,
of you being
Hold
indigenous.
up.
So is
Or
Native American
your
in that case.
family's land
So is
patent is
Native
not
American in that case.
documentation of being indigenous.
Godly.
What?
It's no different
Let me
than
ask Godly a
being
question real
recognized.
quick. Let me ask
Okay, bro.
Godly a question real quick, man. So you're always talking about your genealogy and your paperwork. Can you post it? Because I posted my genealogy before. Can you post your genealogy?
What do I need to post my genealogy for?
Because you're making
Why are
claims.
you
Because
talking
you're
to
making
me?
Paperwork.
You
claims
don't
that
know the
because you're
same
making
information
I'm
that
claims.
I'm
not
Facts.
making
talking about.
claims nothing. I don't have to prove nothing to
Because
you.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
telling you,
you
I'm
do.
telling you
Yeah,
what I
you
got,
do.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
be
what
do.
I
Yes, you
be
believe.
Come on with
do.
that.
hold on. I'm gonna be honest, right?
Brown girl,
Because
when you post
hold
your
on, no,
genealogy, brown
godly.
girl, and I
I'm gonna
post
be
mine.
honest with you. I find it
Hold
very,
on,
very
Queen,
fucked up that you, as a black man,
hold
feel
on, Queen,
comfortable enough
before you interject.
disrespecting me in front of other people as a black woman, right?
Disrespect
When
me
you're not
now.
saying anything that's making sense.
Right, because it don't make sense to you because you don't understand anything. I'm sorry to be
So now
that
you're calling me
honest with
You're
you.
stupid.
ignorant. You're just straight up
That's fine.
ignorant.
You can call it what you want.
You
I'm
just sound.
So now
No,
you're
yeah,
calling me
you
All
are.
right,
stupid.
he's done. He done for the night. Dippity, that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking
Yep.
about.
Okay, I don't know. That's like I stated before earlier before that food came up in here. That's stupid. And it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. He sounded. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Um, I still stand by what I said. My people, my genealogy, my whatever you want to call it that I did on two different sites or whatever, trace me back to my people being stolen from Africa. That's what I got. Okay. I didn't see anything about being here initially, just starting out here. Now I had family ties to Louisiana, Texas, Illinois, and stuff like that. But that's not meaning that my people started here, because we didn't. Because then when I
Exactly.
also look at my stuff, if I wanted to go by percentages, I got a 0.7% of Inuit. And that could be from any goddamn thing, to be honest with you. And I still wouldn't even use that to say, well, guess what? I'm originally from this, I'm from Turtle Island, because I'm not. I'm not.
Right. It's just it's simply the difference between a person with common sense and a person that's insane. Period.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
just, I also don't listen to Hebrew Israelites. So there's that part right there. I just, no.
Yeah,
You sound
that that
frustrated.
that is an example of what we deal with on a daily basis.
It's like, I
Yep.
love, to me, there's absolutely nothing greater in this world than being a black woman, right? There's absolutely nothing greater to me than that. But I'm not about to sit up here and pretend something that's not true. I'm not going to fall in line with some made up ass conspiracy theories. When I hear that, that's just as bad to me as when motherfuckers were in here talking about, yeah, black people were green first because of that She-Hulk filter. Like, what? I don't know if you guys remember
What?
that when that happened. That was interesting.
I don't know nothing about that one. That's wild.
No, yeah, there was when the She-Hulk filter came out, there were some black people, mostly Hebrew Israelites and people like him, that were saying, like, yeah, this tells you because our veins are this color and our people because of copper, this and that, and we're supposed to be green. And
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I've heard that. I've heard that argument myself because
you've heard that,
I've
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
because yes, I've literally heard every single argument that the ethnocentrics push.
Like I
I've
said,
heard
I'm
it
I'm
all.
I'm super pro black as far as I'm concerned. If you're anti-black, you can kiss my ass. I don't give a fuck who you are, right? I'm before I'm anything in this world, I'm a black woman first. Before I'm a mother, before I'm a sister, before I'm a daughter, I am a black woman first, and I'll hold true to that. But my black womanness will not allow me to fall in line with ignorance that not only is disrespectful to other people, but disrespectful to my authentic lineage and who I really am. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna sacrifice that shit for nobody. So
The crazy
that's where
thing
I'm at.
about it is like when you ask them what culture do you practice, they talk in these vague things in these vague ways because they know that the culture that they practice ties them to Africa. They
Okay.
won't. They even go as far as they won't even say AAVE. They say Ebonics to stay away from the term AAVE because it
And
has African in it.
Ebonics was made. I remember I'm from Oakland,
Hmm.
California, right? And I remember when I was in elementary school, they were trying to incorporate Ebonics into the lessons plan. But the way that they went about Ebonics was not the AAVE that it actually is, but the ignorant, the jive talk and shit, the way the
Hmm.
caricatures that they used to put in like Disney movies and shit. That's what they were trying to do. The things that people, the way that the white people would talk when they would do blackface, that's what they were trying to incorporate and try to make it. No, no, that's fucking wild, bro. That's
Yeah,
wild.
but
And
they
then
completely
I want to
deny
say
it.
something to conspiracy realists. I need you to understand when it comes to white people showing pride, anytime they have ever done that, it has always been directly tied to hate, violence, savagery, and all types of other shit.
Yep.
So there's a huge difference between saying black pride, native pride, and then come along with white pride.
Yep.
White pride
Yep.
is what happened on American History X. That's what it's going to
Yep.
always be associated with. White pride is always going to be the Aryan blood, pure blood, and all that. That is always going to be a way that it's always going to be associated. So as soon as you start hollering that shit, yeah, we're looking at you crazy. You got on the Doc Martens with the red shoelaces. That is how you sound when you say shit like that.
Get mad at your ancestors for making that a derogatory thing.
There you go.
But I will say this: if you get your people on board to actually decolonize and become anti-racist, guess what? White pride could actually be a positive thing if you actually
Mm-hmm.
did something about it.
And that's what I've been trying to say. That's what I've been trying. You're just saying it better than me.
But here's the thing,
And
right?
she
So,
stayed doing that to everybody, I swear.
but here's the thing, right? Like, so even then, like, um and I get it, like why black people say black, right? I get it, because it's also it's your ethnicity. Now you have turned it into a culture, you have turned it into an ethnicity. The problem with white people is they haven't turned it into a culture. That the white culture, quote unquote white culture, is literally white supremacy. So they need to actually go back to their roots. They need to figure out their ethnicity, whether they were German,
You guys are
Italian,
such a
Scottish,
clowns.
Irish.
You are such a clown.
What?
So can I
Okay,
ask you
can
something?
you
Can I
let my
ask you
sister
something?
talk first? She wasn't
No, she's
finished.
gone.
You
I'm
disrespect.
I'm
Yeah,
done.
I don't look, my bad. I don't mean to keep putting them type of people in the box. I just put
you
whoever requests up there,
you
yo. My
no,
bad.
you don't know who's gonna come up, but my black
You know
finger
what?
is
You know
quick.
what? I got your back, girl.
My black finger is quick. So don't, you could bring them up, and whatever, once they start spewing, the black finger goes
There we are.
automatically.
But look, it is 2:15 in the morning, and I'm acting like I don't have to start working at 8 o'clock in the morning. I work from home, but I still be late. Anyway, fuck that job. That'd be all right. I appreciate the conversation that I've been able to have with you all, even without, maybe the misunderstandings or disagreements and stuff. That the fact that we were able to have a civil conversation and get some understanding. And I learned a lot too. I really appreciate that. I wasn't really fully aware of,
Your words.
no, not my
Well, no,
words.
not that.
It's the as far as like the whole description of racism and how it does affect y'all when it is, as far as like how the society views it. I wasn't fully aware of that. So I do appreciate that for being explained to me. And I hope you all have a wonderful day.
All
Oh,
You
right.
thank you.
too.
Oh,
You
and by the way,
too.
I'm
Much
following
love.
you because I appreciate you having the conversation with us.
Definitely, I'm gonna follow you back. This is
Yeah,
my
I'm gonna hit you
backup
with a
page.
follow as well.
Yeah, well, I'll catch it on the other. This is my backup page, my main page. I'm probably really, really hate it, but I don't give a fuck. Fuck them people. Y'all have a good one. Be safe. Drink your water. Take your medication, and love on yourselves.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. Have a good one.
I just wanted to say I took issue with the comment that white culture is equal to white supremacy.
Well,
That's a
that's
little
not
bit
what was said. They
ridiculous.
said white. They
So,
said white power.
White
what is white
power. Okay,
culture?
yeah. Okay, I can agree with that.
What is white culture?
Well, have you ever had French food? Like, dude,
That would
are
be
you
French
kidding me, man?
culture.
There's a
That would
whole
be
Europe. Like, it's
that
all
would be
white there.
French culture. That would be French culture.
It's white. What do you think French is?
Not all French people are white.
No. What do you think the origins of France are?
Qu'est-ce
And
que
the
tu fais?
UK, Britain,
So
Ireland,
this is the problem
Wales.
with so this is the problem with race, right? Because it is a colonial social construct used to homogenize groups of people. So don't get mad at us because you guys willingly gave up your cultures to homogenize yourself and
There's no you guys.
be
I
under
don't
the
have a
umbrella
membership
of
card in the white
whiteness.
club.
Because
I
you
didn't
no,
vote
because
to get
you
rid of
can.
culture.
Do you realize that you can literally go back and reconnect to your culture? You do your
I'm already
genealogy, you
connected.
find out where your people are from, and then you can actually be a part of your culture.
Yeah, I'm British and Polish. Like I am a
So
part of
then,
my
why do
Oh
culture.
you
my
claim to be
goodness.
white then?
Sorry?
Why do you claim to be white then?
That's the color of my skin.
Yeah, it's a race. It's a colonial
No,
construct.
You're calling it a
It's not
race. I'm saying it's the color of my skin. My race is human.
your no race.
Whoa,
Humans are
your
not a race.
species is human.
We're a
No,
species.
no,
We're
no,
not
no,
a
no.
Exactly.
race.
It's the
Okay.
human race,
I
and
mean,
No,
that's
race
the
is.
race that I
I
so
mean,
have.
no,
here's
like
the
race
I
isn't
mean,
a
it
so
race.
sounds nice and everything. It's like it's a term
so
that's used all the time, the human race, but like it's not. True. I mean, we're a species.
So white is like the color of computer paper. I don't think you're that color, are you?
It can be pretty close if I don't get enough sun.
Okay,
Well, you're
listen, like
not.
race is a
So,
social con.
so,
Okay, no,
so
like listen,
here's the
like race
thing.
is a
Here's the
social
thing.
construct.
Race is a social construct. It is a made up ideology to separate people and to homogenize groups of people and pull them from their cultures. Because when you don't have a culture, you don't have an identity, and your identity becomes your skin color. If you want your identity to become your skin color, which affords you privilege, especially in this country, then you are identifying with a social construct made to empower you based off of your quote unquote skin color. So
I
instead
mean, it's a lot
of
of words
calling
there. I don't know that
yourself
I agree with
white,
them.
so instead of calling yourself white, identify with your actual ethnicity, which is your culture. That's how
But
you
okay,
start
how
breaking
is that
down
not
racism.
identifying with my culture though?
Okay, like listen,
What
listen, listen.
are
Okay, no, like let me like try to explain this to you in like the best possible way. Like imagine like somebody from Albania. Like Albania is a very I guess diverse country like religiously, an Eastern European country, and then like imagine a person from France. These people have like nothing in common. Their cultures have nothing in common. Their ethnicity is nothing in common, but they are of the exact same race because of like this social construct that they are white. It makes no sense.
How do you think they have nothing in common? They got
Because they
tons
don't have
in
anything in
common.
common. Like their like genealogy, like their background is nothing in common at all.
So is everything genealogy and DNA? Is that what you're saying then? Because I
Pretty
disagree with
much.
that comment too.
No,
Well, you said you're
so
Polish,
Well,
right? Defender, you said you're Polish, right?
Polish and British, yeah.
Polish and okay, but even better, even better. What does a British white-skinned person have in common with an American white-skinned person, in your opinion?
Americans come from Britain.
Not all of them.
no.
So
What?
like American white skinned people. I mean, like you
no,
can
not all
laugh
of
at
them.
that. What do you
No,
think?
not all of them do.
Who do you think settled in America, buddy? Like, what are you trying to
Do
laugh
you
at and be dismissive
not
about because
hold
you
on,
don't
hold
know
Okay,
on.
your
well,
Wait,
history?
you're
Well,
Hold
it's
on.
not my
Canadian
First of
though.
fault.
all, hold
You
on.
okay,
just
Hold
well,
you
on.
wait. I'm
First of
confused.
all,
I feel like
can
you're a
I
troll because you definitely have a Canadian accent. So do you live in
first of
Canada?
all,
Yeah,
first
I'm
of all, the
Canadian.
term is not settled, the term is colonized. That's number one. Number two, when you're going to sit there and say that they're the same people in Britain, no, they do not.
So
White
why are you
Americans
choosing my
here
words
do
for
not
me? I don't
practice the
understand.
same culture. White Americans here do not practice the same culture as white Britons do. They do not.
Are you
They have.
proclaiming things like
I've lived in
supremacy over
Europe.
me and my
I no.
viewpoints
I've lived
because
in
of the color
Europe.
of my skin, maybe?
I've lived in Europe, and I can tell you that white Americans here do not practice the same culture as Europeans in any ethnic background in Europe at all.
But what kind of a comment is that? They don't practice the same culture in Las Vegas as they do
Because
in
here
freaking
in America,
Denver,
white
Colorado.
does not have a culture.
Huh?
What
oh
culture do you
he's
practice?
limited.
Wow.
He's limited. He's limited.
What culture do you practice here in
That's a
America?
good one. I
Where,
like
where does this
that.
idea? Where does the idea that all white people are formerly English come from? Like, why are you comparing America to England?
Sorry, are you talking to me?
No, BGP.
What do you mean? I didn't say all white people came from
You
English.
said,
He
oh,
did.
in the UK they have a totally different culture. But like,
They do.
what does that have to do
They
with white
do.
people? England is not the only
Like
white
I said,
country.
Well,
what
no,
culture here
that's
do
not what
white
she said.
people? What
Hear
culture
her
here do
out
white
again.
people? What culture here do white people practice?
What culture?
Yes,
American culture.
which is what?
American.
Which is what?
What culture do English people
Do
practice?
you
English.
not
Well,
understand
no,
what
don't
culture
don't do
is?
that. Answer the question.
Can
Just
you
I
answer the
not
am
question.
answer
answering it. It's
what
they
American
practice
culture
American
is?
culture.
Apple
What is
But
pie,
what
American
is what is
culture?
what
cheeseburgers,
makes
baby,
up that
rock and
culture
roll,
though?
fireworks,
Rock and
4th
What
of
roll,
July.
country music,
Like, what do you want me to
Bud
say?
Light. Like,
Uh,
what do you mean?
Beer and
Oh
fireworks, that's your
Lord.
culture?
Sure, hamburgers,
Baseball.
family, Christianity.
Yeah.
I mean, what else do you want?
TV,
Canadian. I'm Canadian.
Hip
movies,
hop.
Let's talk
Tallywood,
about Canada.
Hip
Let's
hop
talk
is
cocaine in
because
nightclubs.
I'm Native
no, see
American
that's
from
what it is.
Canada.
It's
Hollywood,
the
movies. I mean, what do you
appropriation
mean
of
there's no culture?
everybody
America
else's
has invented
culture.
almost
Big old
everything in the
reefer.
modern
Like,
world.
It is the
wow.
appropriation of everybody
Back to
else's
the
culture
Future.
that you guys practice.
I mean,
That's what
Exactly.
you guys practice.
science,
So with
computers,
all of
everything
that,
is American.
I am
Science
done
is not
yelling
no.
and
Science
No,
is
screaming
not
at
no.
you
directly
guys.
related to white
So
American
look, I
people.
gotta
That's a
say, I
racist
joined this
ideology.
live because
For
the
sure it is.
background here and the
You're an
host
American
background
scientist.
is amazing. Like everything it says there, I was like, damn, this guy's got it. But this is not the way that the live has played out. It seems
Yeah.
to be some kind of white hatred going on here for
No,
no
no,
I
reason.
mean, that's
no.
fine for you to attempt to
Bye.
gaslight about what my live's about, but that's not what my live's about. My
Bye.
live and my platform is solely dedicated to exposing racist people, whether they're white, black, Mexican, Cuban, Puerto Rican. I don't
Hmm.
give a shit. If you're a racist, you're a racist. And y'all, you're not going to gaslight people into believing that we are up here being racist because we're not. I've literally stood against people's claiming that all white tea people are racist in this live multiple times. That's how this live started. So there ain't no white hatred going on here. You can just stop with that.
He's gone. I kicked him.
I'm tired of
Oh
these
shit, my
annoying
bad.
people.
I'm not gonna let
I
That
just want
is
to know what. I just
limited
don't understand why they
education
say
right
Americans
there.
have no
Yeah,
culture.
I'm gonna
They
start
clearly have
using
a
that. I'm
So
gonna
culture.
so
start
first
calling
of
people
all,
limited.
so let me say something to you, Prince, real quick. So
I think
first
it
of
comes from
all,
hate.
America is an entire continent. Matter of fact, it's two entire continents.
Oh, it's a country.
So
Well, I'm thinking
so
about the
in this
USA.
hold on, in this country, we have multiple ethnicities. As a United States citizen
Hmm.
in this country, my ethnicity is not American. My ethnicity is Mexican indigenous.
Are
I
you American?
practice a
Hmm.
culture. I We have specific foods that we have grown up with and used all our entire lives. We have music that we listen to that was made by our people, not another other
You don't
groups
think
of people
Irish
that we
Americans have a
appropriated
specific
from.
food,
We
or
have
German Americans have a specific
Oh,
food?
so you're Irish?
No, I'm asking her a question.
So what I'm asking you is when you said American culture,
Okay, you're
you
Mexican
couldn't give
American,
me anything outside of the appropriation of other cultures in this
like
country.
what?
Well, can you let her
So
speak?
you're the one who said that your American culture, quote unquote American culture, which would be white culture, because that's not my culture. I don't subscribe to American culture because I'm a US citizen. So America isn't a culture because there's multiple ethnicities here. So I don't have American culture. I have my Mexican indigenous culture. So when it comes to American culture, what is American
Ma'am,
culture?
with all due respect, that is racist.
How is
That's
it
not
racist?
racist.
And what
God.
is
Huh?
it? Okay,
That is
No.
extremely
hang on.
racist.
Hold on. Okay,
Yes.
so
You are speaking from hate.
okay,
No,
Nah,
she's
let
not.
Kamari talk.
No, she's
Nah.
not.
okay,
That's what I'm
Let
saying.
Kamari talk. Let everybody let Kamari go.
Okay, so like this like American culture, like it doesn't like okay, it doesn't make any sense. Like America, for starters, when like America, it's like made of a whole bunch of different ethnicities. Like it came from Polish immigrants, Italian immigrants, French colonizers, Spaniards, like all these people. Okay, and then to like no American culture, it doesn't exist. Like I don't know like what you're talking about.
You're on
I mean,
native
every
land.
Hollywood, music.
You're
There's
on
so many
native
different.
land.
Yeah, all
Music
of which
is
has
not,
been
dude.
appropriated
Well,
by white
Music isn't
people.
culture. Is that what you were
no,
about
I
to
Yeah,
say?
didn't say music isn't culture. It's not American culture though. It's not
Are
just
you gonna
solely
tell me rock
American
and roll
culture.
isn't American?
Is
Okay,
rock
That
and roll
that
the or
yeah,
is
the
rock
whole
and roll the first genre of music ever?
No.
Was a guitar the
Well,
first
And who
instrument ever
created
played?
so the
and
only
who
the
created
only
rock and
culture that can
roll?
celebrate music is the first culture
Who
to invent
created rock
music.
and roll?
No, you're
You are
misconstruing my
coming from a
words. You're
place, my
using
friend.
gaslighting tactics. Just stop.
No, you were
Who
using
who
gaslighting
created rock
tactics.
and roll?
You,
Who created rock and roll? Americans,
Mhm. No, which
oh my
No.
god.
Americans?
early Americans.
Which
What are the
Americans?
early
No
What
one
Americans?
ethnic
person
group?
invented it.
Oh,
What
I want to
ethnic
hear
group?
the American people.
Oh, yeah.
What
No,
ethnic
no
group created rock and roll?
Americans.
oh my
Yeah.
god, that's not an ethnic group. That's a
That's
nationality.
all right.
I'm done.
Oh my god is my word too.
I'm
wow.
done. I'm done. He's gone.
Me
I,
too.
I,
What's up, Jacob?
gaslighting. Not dealing with gaslighters.
Just wanted to know,
What's
do
up?
you think I'm from New Zealand, so obviously I'm a white person and I'm culturally different to a white American. So how do white Americans not have a culture?
Well,
They
see, you
don't.
have a culture because you're actually, from a place where things are actually done. White Americans are not. I don't know how to explain it, but like they really aren't.
They don't have a culture. They don't identify
And
with any ethnicity. Most don't.
neither do
I'm
we
not
in
going
New
to say.
Zealand.
I'm not going to
We
say
don't
all.
identify with any one ethnicity in New Zealand either, but we are still white
So
and
what? Okay,
culturally
so let me
distinct
ask you,
from
what
white New
culture do you
Zealanders,
practice
white
in New Zealand?
Americans.
What culture do you practice in New Zealand?
But what do you think culture is more than like your food and whatnot? Like it's our
Sure,
attitudes to timekeeping. Yeah,
I
it's
it's
the
a
mean,
lot
what?
more than food. But we also like we have a very sporting culture, very beachy,
That's not
roasts on Sunday.
ethnicity. Do you know what ethnicity is?
I
You got to
guess
go
he's
look it
gone.
up.
Yeah, see, he's got to go look it
I'd
up.
say
You
he's
go.
New
You got to
Zealand.
go look it up. Do you know what ethnicity means?
Yeah, I'm ethnically Jewish. I know what an
Okay.
Oh,
ethnicity is.
So then
okay.
you
Now
would
we're
be
getting somewhere.
Jewish, not white. You would be Jewish and you would practice Jewish culture.
No, I practice New Zealand culture.
oh my god, guys, nationalism is not your ethnicity. Like, listen, I get
It's
it. Is it, you know, is it
it's
people
not
are like
even
very
being a
proud.
nationalist. It's not even
It,
being a nationalist.
okay,
It's
I
just
get. Listen,
acknowledging
listen.
Is.
Okay,
that
I get it. Is like people are very proud of their ethnicity, but I'm sorry. I mean, like
Nationality.
their nationality. Yeah, I get it that people are like
but
very
it's not
proud
even
of
about
their
being proud either.
nationality.
It's just about acknowledging that white people in New Zealand are culturally different to white people in America. Therefore, white people have culture.
I don't see a difference.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
not
can
seeing a
I?
difference because
Yeah, I don't. I'm not
You
either.
don't see
you're
a difference
basically
because
at
you
this
don't want to
point,
see a difference.
no, because basically what you're doing at this point, and this is why we don't see the difference, is that you're identifying with nationality and whiteness versus actually identifying with ethnicity.
We don't need to identify with ethnicity, is what I'm
Do
saying.
you do bar
We
mitzvahs?
have we have a national culture
Do you have a bar mitzvah?
that's religious.
No,
But
okay,
do
so
you do it?
here's the thing.
What do you?
There is no such thing as a national culture because that would be homogenizing people. That would be
But there is.
homogenizing all groups of it's literally assimilation.
That makes no
Homogenizing
sense.
everybody into a nationality. Nationality just means where your citizenship lies. That's it. To sit there and say, because you got indigenous people in New Zealand who practice their own specific cultures, you got other people that probably from other ethnic backgrounds that practice their own specific cultures. Here in America, it's the same thing. We got many different ethnic groups that practice their own specific cultures.
So are we the
It is
same?
not
Are we the same as
America.
white Americans? Are we the same
Okay,
as white
hang on.
Nationality
See,
is
Americans?
okay,
not a
No,
listen. Okay,
culture.
I know
So
exactly
you're
where
saying
not in
New
my eyes.
Zealanders are the same
Okay,
as
hang
white
on. Listen, I know
Americans?
exactly where like this is going.
Australians are the same as white
Okay,
Americans?
listen. Hang on. Okay, I know exactly where this is going. I want
Is
you
a
guys
white
to
South
understand
African the
is
same
that
as a
you know
white
is
New
that all the
Zealander?
ethnicities in your countries are not melting pots. Okay, like your countries are not melting pots. Okay, no, like all of the cultures of
No,
like
yeah,
of
we
different people.
literally are a melting pot. We are a
Okay,
multicultural country.
all of the okay, no, like having like more than one culture isn't a melting pot. Okay, you know, like all of the listen, all of the ethnicities like do not fuse together with everything to make one culture. No, like see, a melting pot is like Creole culture where African and the French culture completely fuse together into one. Like no, like my culture is a melting pot. Okay, having different cultures in the same place do not make it a melting pot, and therefore it's just one culture.
Okay, that's your definition, but that's not how it works in the real world.
Oh my god.
No, that is exactly how it
Oh
works in the
my
world.
God,
That's
is
See,
that's
it?
this is the problem. This is the problem that I have
No, the
with.
problem is that you can't acknowledge that white New Zealanders and
The
white
problem is
Americans are
that you
different.
can't acknowledge
That's
the
the
fact that
problem.
you guys want to homogenize everything and force assimilation because you don't want to
There's
acknowledge that other people have ethnic backgrounds that they practice, ethnicities and cultures. They are a part of cultures that they practice separate from what white people want us to practice. And because that is a thing, because you guys don't want us to practice our cultures and you want us to be all this one big happy family group, which we are not because it keeps us oppressed and
Only Henderson
acknowledging
can
our
buy
differences. You guys want to pull the whole
you
gaslighting
have a lot of
bullshit of
baggage.
we're all
Oh,
one human race when we're not a race. We are an actual species of many different ethnic backgrounds with many different cultures, languages, and all these other things. So to homogenize all of us is literally to strip us away from our cultures and assimilate us into what you guys feel is an appropriate culture that you guys feel comfortable with. That
well,
is
can
what that is.
I?
That is literally nationalism. And nationalism is rooted in white supremacy.
Type
It
shit.
is homogenizing and stripping people, particularly people of color, from their ethnic roots, from their cultures, from their languages. Why do we all, that's why most of us speak a whole colonizer language, because it was taken away from us. Yeah, bye-bye.
Ooh.
Type shit. Type shit.
I didn't even kick him. He left on his own.
He he
Yeah, I
he
didn't
just
kick
couldn't
him either. He
he couldn't
gone.
handle
I
the
ain't kicking
truth.
either.
He couldn't handle the truth.
Oh, wait,
All right,
listen, like
what's up,
here's the
Molly? I see you. I see you've been waiting. You got anything you want to touch on?
Well, yeah. First of all, I agree with a lot of what is being said here. But what I was wondering is, do you think that all whiteys are that way? I use the word whiteys because I don't know what to say on TikTok. I'm kind of new to this.
No, I
No.
don't. That's
I don't.
why. I mean, if
No.
we're talking about racism and all that,
No.
no, I don't. I
No.
don't think anyone here does.
Okay,
definitely
because
not.
yeah,
There
because
are a lot of white people in this country that practice their actual ethnic culture. Italians do that. A lot of Italians do. I see a lot of Irish people do that.
I see the
There
Spaniards
are a lot of
doing it.
people that do. Yeah,
yeah, I'm
they
Italian
practice.
Irish. Okay, and so I guess I don't know. I heard that guy talking before, and it kind of blows my mind when I hear you know them fighting so hard not to recognize. I don't think they understand what culture means, or and if they do, they're being stupid by trying to deny it. Um,
Hmm.
and that's why I kind of popped on here when he was on here because I thought to myself, I don't see how you cannot see culture for what it is. And I have to say, when it comes to white culture, I don't think there is what I mean by white culture is like when I see other cultures, my own Italian, Irish, I see what we do, but if we're talking about just like white culture, they don't do much. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Like I don't see what do they do. Like I hear like, oh well, there's hot dogs and baseball and apple
Okay,
pie,
listen.
right?
Okay, no, here's like my thing about it is like like this idea, and then like I knew exactly where like he was going. Okay, so like this idea is that like American culture, like like New Zealand culture is just all like the ethnicities, cultures I guess together in one. It's like everybody's culture is like a melting pot. Guess what? It leads to erasure of cultures. Like this is what like it like
Mm-hmm.
annoys me. Like whenever people say is that oh yeah like Creole culture is just like American culture because no it's not because you know why because like my people like barely exist anymore. Okay, I'm kind of like okay, no, like yeah, like we're like barely there's like barely any of us anymore. So like the call is that everything that like, is like my people have done and went through, and all of our stuff, just like call it American culture is offensive.
No, I agree. It truly is. Because when I don't know, I wonder if what they're so afraid of, right? When I hear that too, well, we're all united. No, not really, not like that. When we stop recognizing other cultures for what it is, and we cannot do that because I think it takes away a lot, right? And it's like you said, it's sad when you try to take a culture away, I think. But I just heard him talking and I thought to myself, I don't know where these people get their ideals from. I truly don't. I really, truly don't.
And that's what it comes down to. Identifying with whiteness is literally to remove yourself from your culture, homogenize, and then uphold your privilege.
It's
I
You
can't.
know what I'm
nationalism.
saying?
It would.
So if you don't identify with whiteness and you identify with your ethnicity, so like you said, you for example, you are Italian and Irish, right? Identifying with that um, and practicing your culture moves you away from whiteness, doesn't take away the privilege that you have, but it moves you away from the racism that whiteness upholds, right? It allows you to decolonize from whiteness and allows you to work on being anti-racist and to help our communities as POC, but also help your own community to learn and understand and things like that. So that's the part of the thing, like understanding that your whiteness does hold a privilege, but identifying with whiteness homogenizes you guys as well and removes you from your cultural practices and your cultures and your identity and forces you to identify with a skin tone versus your ethnic background versus your culture versus your roots. And when people can move away from that, now I will say it is different for Black people because they were completely stripped from their lands, their cultures, all of that. So they have created a culture called Black culture. Some say African American culture. It's really dependent on the person, but they have created a culture under that. And it's not just
Okay.
their, it's not just race, right? It is still part of culture. It
Okay.
is
Well, here's
still
the
race,
thing.
but culture, right? It's both.
Okay,
Go ahead.
well, see, like, here's the thing about it. It's like we all, like, all of us, like, diasporans, all of us
Hmm.
African, like, diasporans, are, like, we still have our own ethnicities. Like, there's, like, Jamaicans, there's Haitians, there's,
Yeah.
Creoles like me, like, there's Bahamians, there's, like, the Afro Latinos, like, the, Afro Latinos from, different countries. So, like, we still have our own ethnicities and everything. So, I mean, okay,
Yeah,
but,
but
like,
there
that's,
are some that don't. And there are some people that don't
yeah, no,
have
okay, no, like,
specific
those are the African
ethnicities, right?
Americans. Okay, no, but, like, that's like a shit show, and, like, that's a story for another time. But yeah, like, that's like a whole shit show.
Yeah, but and that's the thing. That's why I'm saying for those particular groups of people, Black culture is their culture here in America. For those specific groups of people, we're not. That's why I'm saying racially. It is when we're saying racially, someone is racially something. They can be of multiple ethnicities, and but for certain groups of people here in America, that race and that ethnicity kind of fuse together in that sense.
Yeah.
But that's kind of and it's hard, but like when it comes to even white people, I always encourage white people to remove yourself from whiteness as far as identifying with that, understanding you uphold the privilege, but stop identifying with whiteness and start identifying with your cultures, because then you have something, because it's the homogenization, right? If we're all white, we all hold power. If you pull away from whiteness and you start identifying with your cultures, now you're separating yourselves out, and now you have something different to fight for, instead of just fighting for whiteness, fighting for that privilege that whiteness upholds and gives you.
Yeah, no. I'm kind of new to TikTok, and so I've been learning so much. And I remember, um, I had heard the term white privilege when I was a lot younger, and I was like, "What is that?" And it took me a long time to figure out that word, because I'm of an older generation, so we didn't have like social media to teach us a damn thing. Okay, and I thought, God dang, that is so true, right? And I often wonder why other whiteys get so offended by that term, if they would
Yeah,
just sit
fucking
back and realize that it is so true, right? And you take on a totally different perspective when you acknowledge that, and you try to see why that is being said. And I'm just grateful for social media, and thank you for letting me on this live. Um, I've listened to you guys
Yeah,
speak
yeah, no,
before.
no worries.
Yeah, and I hope that you just keep preaching your message. And I don't mean that, preaching isn't a bad thing, but I hope that people hear you, because I think it's an important message for sure.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you coming up.
All right, well, you guys have a good night, okay?
You too.
You as well.
Thank you.
finally some nice, sensible people.
Right? Fuck.
For real.
God damn. Okay,
Sorry.
she gone now. Mr. Jacob wants to come back up here.
Oh.
Mm, wait,
I
which one was he again?
don't know. He was one of them. He was one of the ones, bro. That's all I'm
Oh,
gonna say.
okay. Well, I'm bored.
One
I
of
want
those.
some drama anyway, so let's bring all them up.
All right, one at a time. Okay. What's up, Two Love? I see you've been waiting in the guest request for a minute. So you got anything you want to touch on before Jacob goes?
Um, First of all, thank you for allowing me in the box. And honestly, I don't mind Jacob speaking first. I have no problem with that because he was the one I wanted to address, and I didn't realize he was back in the box. So yes, Jacob, I will absolutely concede the floor to you.
Well, I mean, you wanted to come up. You wanted to come up here, so you go ahead and just talk about what you wanted to talk about. What was your reason for coming back? Oh
No,
my God.
Wow.
I was responding to the comment in regards to the main one that I responded to, which was, do apparently white Americans teach their kids the same way as white Kiwis? Is that the question you asked? Okay, cool beans. Um, See, the fact that you can ask that question, like I'm gonna have to go a little bit further into this with you. How far back can you trace your ancestry to New Zealand? Okay, so not forever. You can just say like the 100 years on your mom's side, um, and uh, you know that culture, like historically, your ancestry is from somewhere else. You claim that. You said Jewish, and when you say Jewish, I just want to clarify. Do you mean Jerusalem? Out of Jerusalem?
She's
She's
Syrian.
Uh, all right, everybody, hold up. Everybody, put a pause for a second. Nobody can hear Jacob. So, Jacob, I'm gonna kick you. Go ahead and request me. I'll let you right back up. All right.
Syrian. Oh, she must be a Mizrahi Jew.
oh, I don't know what that means. He knows what that means.
Wait, so
so,
his mom, so his mom is either an Ashkenazi Jew or a Mizrahi Jew.
God damn.
Yeah, I'm a linguist.
Jewish,
I
yeah, he
hear that.
practiced.
Oh,
All
there
right,
he
Jacob.
is.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jacob.
Sorry, what were you saying again? I didn't know no one could hear me.
Wait, hang on,
Who, who,
Jacob. Are
who,
you Mizrahi Jewish?
Yeah,
Okay, so you're like
Oh,
Mizrahi Jewish, and instead of claiming you're like Mizrahi Jew ancestry, you want like your people
not
come from. Okay, no, like your people come from like a wonderful, great, beautiful background, and instead of claiming that, you'd rather claim New Zealand. Is that what I'm getting from this?
my dad's Maori. Like, why wouldn't I claim New Zealand? They're
Oh
the
my god,
indigenous people.
I can't. Oh my goodness.
Do you practice
So
the
you,
Māori culture?
of course I do.
You do?
May I
Yes,
ask a
So
question?
then
May I
why
ask
are you claiming to be New Zealand instead of just claiming to be Maori?
because
right.
it's one and the
Yeah.
same.
Oh my
But
god,
okay,
Jacob.
oh.
No,
the
it's
No,
not.
difference?
it's not. That's homogenization. It's not one and the same because not everybody in New Zealand is Maori.
Right. But
But
I
we
okay.
all share in the culture.
May I ask you a question? Because I understand that your father is Maori. I get that. So you would be what considered white indigenous to New Zealand?
We like it's controversial now, but I would just say I'm a half caste.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I live in America, so I am going by some of the things that America would supposedly categorize it as. And if you know anything about America, you would know that America would probably categorize you as being considered what's called white indigenous. Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry, light indigenous or white
White,
indigenous.
white indigenous.
Oh, I'm not white passing.
No, he's like Mizrahi Jewish, so he's like like Mizrahi is like Middle Eastern.
Right, but America has
Yeah,
supposedly
like
point. Right.
governmental.
I hear
Both
you.
of
Right.
my parents are brown.
I get that. My thing is again, dear. You it sounded like you were coming up here to combat how people were talking about how Black people in America are erasing Indigenous culture. Um, you actually know a lot more about your cultural ancestry than most Black people here in America do about their excuse me, not cultural, ethnic history. You know more than most Black people here in America do. Black people here in America are absolutely erasing indigenous culture here, whether you believe it or not. Uh, People like you,
I don't actually know what that means.
you don't know what that means. It means that Black people in America. So why did you come up then? Because they were talking about, they weren't even talking about you. At least I don't think they were talking
No,
about.
I was just saying that I came up about culture. Like we definitely have a different culture in New Zealand for white people than like white Americans. That's the only reason I came up.
Right. Okay. So it is different because it's completely different. Then I don't know how they feel about how New Zealanders feel about white people in New Zealand. I've seen what some people of Maori have said in the chat. It doesn't seem like they're too cool with it. It still sounds like, a bunch of colonization that has happened, like it has here in America, is going on in New Zealand as well. And it's really upsetting sometimes from those who actually are like, I'll take a person here who's black in America, who's like they like one parent is black, one parent is indigenous. That's an Afro-Indigenous person. That makes absolute sense. There are black people who are black, but they don't want to claim black.
Mute that
They're
motherfucker telling me what
claiming
to do like
each
it's fucking
country.
somebody. Mute
I'm
that
sorry.
motherfucker telling me what to do.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, sorry, I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, okay.
My bad.
Um, no worries. So there are actual African Americans, black people, forget that, who are just trying to dissociate completely from their actual ancestry and ethnicity. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as far as cultures are concerned, I guess I hear what you're saying. I can't speak too much on what goes on in New Zealand. So I would concede that to someone who was of Maori descent, who would speak to you more on that. But from what I got from what people were talking about earlier, is that the indigenous erasure that's happening, not just here in America, but around the world, due to colonization, because everybody wants to sit there and say, okay, let's all kumbaya, and everybody just throw all their cultures into one big pot and let's all just be one big cultural pot, instead of acknowledging and embracing your own culture and heritage, um, for you as your own, instead of constantly trying to claim something of someone else's. I'm not necessarily saying you per se, but that happens too much around the globe, especially here in the United States of America.
I think New Zealand culture is a lot more organic, though. It's not something that was like a plan. It's something that's just happened.
So this is what I hear, and I have a lot of Maori mutuals. So this is what I'm hearing when I hear people say that an entire country is pretty much the same culture. It's literally erasure of other cultures, specifically
I
indigenous
didn't say that
people.
it was
So
the whole
so
cult.
hold
I
on, hold
I
on,
was
I'm not
talking
done.
about white people. I said white people, not
So
like Maori. Like I was very specific.
like here, a lot of people when they say American, they think that when it comes here, when they say American and they claim it to be a culture, specifically white people, it is literally erasure of thousands of ethnicities here in this country.
especially my people.
So, when we're talking even like the indigenous peoples here are the ones that when they say that they're claiming our lands, they're claiming they are appropriating our cultures, they are doing all of these things. So it's kind of, to me, it sounds the same thing when you're sitting there saying, oh, New Zealand is just like this all huge culture, and it's literally homogenizing all of New Zealand as this one big culture, when there are groups of people that practice something separate than what other groups of people would practice in New Zealand. Like, it's not just all one big culture. Even in Europe, they're not all one big cultures. Everybody practices their own specific cultures. So to homogenize it all as a nationality and claim nationality as being culture, that would be disingenuous. It would be erasure of people's cultures to say, oh, a nationality is a culture, when it is not. It is not a melting pot. It is not. It is. It is. It is literally a stew, not a melting pot.
It's a salad bowl.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, like a melting pot actually is, and I will explain that. See, a melting pot is my culture, where like pretty much everything fused together, like like French and African culture fused together. The language literally fused, the foods fused, like everything fused, even everything about us, our religion kind of fused together. I'm not too fond about that part, but yeah, like that's what like a melting pot is. Okay, like different cultures being in the exact same place is not a melting pot.
Right, and pretty much everywhere in the Caribbean, for an example of that, like even Cuba as well. Like that is a true melting pot. Shit,
Yeah.
you could even throw the Bronx, New York in there. That place is a fucking melting pot too.
Yeah, Mexican would be a melting pot. It's a fusion of indigenous and some Spanish culture.
Yeah, but
It,
like
when it's a
whenever
when it's a fusion of a culture, that would be a multi ethnic group that has fused together. When we're talking nationality, we're talking about multiple ethnic groups within a nation, and they're not all the same. That entire nation, no matter where you're at in the world, is not one entire culture. So white people here in America do not have culture here when they specifically identify with whiteness. Now, if those white people here in America were identifying with their Italian culture, their Irish culture, whatever culture that they are, then they would be separating themselves from whiteness. The reason why they say American culture is literally a homogenization of nationality and nationalism, and nationalism is rooted in white supremacy and always has been.
it always will
It's
be.
to make people assimilate into what whiteness should be and what whiteness is without giving us the privilege of whiteness. So they want us to remove ourselves from our cultures, our spiritualities, all of these things, while appropriating a lot of our culture and then turning around and saying, oh, we're all one people when we're not. We're different people groups. The human race is a dog whistle for assimilation. We are a human species of multiple different people groups with multiple different cultural backgrounds, multiple different language backgrounds.
Okay,
And forced assimilation, which is what colonization did, was to make all of these people of all of these different ethnicities assimilate into what they wanted us to be, meaning no more speaking your language. And if you did, you get punished. So now you have to speak Spanish. And then it turned into now you have to speak English. It meant no more practicing your spiritual customs because you need to practice Christianity. And if you don't, you'll be brutally beaten, killed, or enslaved.
listen, like
It
the problem
meant,
with oh sorry, my bad.
I was going to say, it meant assimilating into what their idea of whiteness is without giving us the privilege of whiteness.
Okay, like the problem with all of this is like is like this like assimilation into whiteness is from countries that are not even white to begin with. Like they're from like products of colonization, products of greed, products of of colonization. Okay, so like the fact is that like you're taking a product of colonization and stripping people from their culture is that's just straight up white supremacy. Like I don't know how you can get around it.
You can't.
Nope.
So do you understand, Jacob?
That's exactly how I was raised. I was taken right at birth and placed into a European family with Danish family. They wanted us to move into a the mainstream society. So I would be away from my culture, from my people, from my language, from my heritage, so I would not actually live my culture. So,
May I address a comment in the chat, host, if that's all right?
Yeah, you good? Go for it.
Um, Marley, sweetie, you keep saying that some Native and or Indigenous lives have been downing Black Americans. I don't know if you know what's been going on in regards to Black people trying to, and I don't know if you're one who does so as well, who are trying to claim America as the original birthplace for Black people. here in America. We are literally, some of us are trying to erase indigenous heritage by saying that we were here first. They are literally calling them Asian. Uh, I don't want to say names, but they're calling them something that they're not.
Okay,
They're
the
calling
problem
them.
with that
So,
argument.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay, no, just the problem with that argument is it doesn't make any sense anyways. Like, it makes no sense. Okay, so like, like, our DNA like doesn't say like the exact same thing, and then like they're always like talking about some. Oh, I traced my family back this. I traced my family back that. Like, where did you trace your family back to? Like, you didn't trace your family back anywhere. On some. Oh, well, I have O negative blood. Okay, boohoo. Yes, lots of people around the world have O negative blood. Get over it. Big whoop.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, for me personally, I can trace my ancestry here in America, all the way back to the late 1500s. Um, do I know that the world didn't start in the late 1500s and that my ancestry is of African descent, not just culturally, not just historically, phenotypically, but I also have a feeling about it. And that's me. I can't speak for anybody else. You know where you come from. I mean, no, I can't speak on a spiritual level to those who aren't on that spiritual level yet, but there is a sense of knowing who you are, even if you
Facts.
Well,
It's
don't
your,
know
it's your
exactly
intuition. Your
who you
intuition
are.
knows all.
Thank you. So, so for us, for those of us who are, first of all, I don't mean to take away from your live host, but for those of you who are black in this chat and who claim to be black in this chat, it's a wonderful day to be black. Please
and it,
don't
and
don't just.
wonderful to be indigenous.
You better tell them, girl. What? Say it again for
Yeah,
those.
bang.
Okay? There's nothing wrong with knowing who you are and being proud of who you are. Don't let people, black people, I'm talking to you, because for so long it's been such a negative thing to be black. Because for so long they told you that, oh no, black is wrong, black is bad, and you shouldn't be black, and we believe them. Baby, stand up in your blackness and leave indigenous people alone.
Mm.
And for those of you who are claiming, are y'all up in those Black Hills? The Black Hills, which is Mount Rushmore today. Mount Rushmore should be blown up and blown off the face of the planet. Unless you're up there and you're out here on these pipelines that they're trying to dismantle, but you want to be a part of indigenous work, but you don't be putting in the work.
Exactly, and that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Bingo.
So again, to Jacob, I don't know too much about New Zealand heritage. I can't speak on that intelligently. What I can tell you is what's been going on here in America, and the shit ain't right.
It isn't. As
And thank you
somebody
for speaking.
who,
Thank you for speaking on the indigenous erasure. We all greatly appreciate it. We need more people doing that.
listen, as somebody who is, like, my culture does involve, like, we have like native elements in there, and like, like my grandmother has, she's like part native. This like, okay, like native people have already went through so much, like they've already went through so much, and and the thing about black people is, I get it that we've been through. I mean, listen, like we've been through it for being just who we are, and these people, they want to be woke. It's like these people are just subjective people, like they want what they want, and then like they want to be higher. So like they make up lies about being the true Jews from the Bible, and then making up being the Japanese, and then like making up being the Egyptians. Like they make up all these lies about who we are, and then like that's not who we are. Like just be who you are. Like there's nothing wrong with being who you are.
Hmm.
Exactly. Um, Jacob, did you have anything else to say?
No,
Do you understand where we're coming from now?
about indigenous erasure. Yeah, I understand that a little bit more now.
Do you understand what we're talking about when we're talking about culture and whiteness here in America?
Yeah, but I still disagree that white people have no culture.
Okay.
Well, no, whiteness isn't a culture. White people have culture if they connect back to their culture. But whiteness isn't culture. America isn't culture. Their
Can I speak
culture
on
would be their
that?
ethnicity, whether it be Italian, whether it be Polish, whether it be German, whether it be, French, whether it be Spanish, whatever it may be. It's the fact that that is something that white people here in America need to reconnect back to. But if they reconnect back to that, then they are separating themselves from whiteness. Like, for example, Cuba has European ancestry. He doesn't he doesn't claim to be white. He identifies with his ethnicity. He identifies with being Cuban. That's his ethnicity. That's who he is. He separated himself from whiteness. You see
Okay,
what I'm
I get
saying?
what you're trying to say, but like from my point of view, the outlook of a like white identifying American, their outlook on life, everything is completely different to a white identifying New Zealander or a white identifying Australian. It's completely different culturally. Those differences are what white culture would be in America.
I
Do you get
seriously,
what I'm trying to say?
I disagree because New Zealand was invaded by, white folk. The
Thank you.
We
Maori,
actually have a treaty. We have a
The
treaty.
Maori people have been, um,
We have a treaty though.
Okay,
okay,
but
a
that's
So
not
our
treaty.
founding
do you
document
understand
between
that? Okay, so you have
Maori and the
treaties, there were
Crown.
wars, there were battles, there were people, there were lost lives. Do you
Yep,
understand that there was so much? No, 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 no. There was so much negative because of an invasion, because of someone who didn't belong there, because they wanted something that they did not have, that they felt was their right to have. And so after I don't know how many years of bloodshed and war, now all of a sudden they want to settle down and do a treaty.
no, we had
Do you
a treaty in
no, no, no.
18. It's a 19th century thing. Like
You're not
Victoria was
understanding.
queen when we had the treaty,
You are not understanding
and
what I
it's
am
our founding
saying.
document. It guarantees
So
it.
can I ask
It
you a question, Jacob?
We have
Do
treaties over here too that are being consistently broken.
so. Let me ask you something, Jacob, because I see Maori people in the comments. So, white people in New Zealand, because you're not white, you said you're brown.
yeah.
White people in New Zealand, are they identifying with their ethnic culture, or are they identifying with whiteness and nationality?
They're just Kiwi.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Right. No, they can't just be Kiwi.
Say,
Kiwi, you just said it yourself that it's more than just being that skin color or that person. It is a culture, it is a heritage, it is an ancestry, it is a descendantness. There is you are, like you said, you are Jewish and your father is Maori. Okay, great, that's fine.
who?
But I
This is State.
guarantee you that there are plenty of supposed
Which
white
I'm going to
people
tell you
in
when you
New
come up
Zealand, the same way
to
they do
send me a
here in
request.
America, who are claiming indigenousness or indigenuity, whatever it is, when in reality they have a ethnic background and heritage to somewhere else. It is not a big deal, at least to me, to appreciate someone else's heritage and ethnic background. But it is a whole
Um,
other thing to no appreciating and actually trying to be say that you are. They are two different things. Now,
uh,
you're to me, I feel like you're centering yourself because you are what's considered white indigenous, quote unquote, but in reality, you are Syrian indigenous, right?
uh, so, Cuba,
Jewish
I'm
indigenous, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, what's up?
Okay,
I'm gonna
fine.
I'm gonna drop, and I want you to let the Polynesian problem up. He is or I'm sorry, they are Maori. They go by they them. So just FYI. So can you
Okay.
let the Polynesian problem up, and I'll drop for him.
Yeah.
Right. I was working on that right now. I was just talking to my girl about that. He's got to send me a request. I don't have one from. I don't have one
Yeah,
from
I'm
them.
gonna drop, and remember, it's they them, not he.
Yeah, I got you.
They
My
them.
bad. My fault.
Yeah, sorry. I'm still getting used to it, but yeah, they them.
Because you say that white people in New Zealand have culture. That's fine, whatever. Like I said, I don't really, I think it's two different things, unfortunately, because I know that white people here in America, the culture that they have, and I'm going to let you talk in just a moment, Polynesian, I promise, because you need to speak on this. They make certain to take from other people's cultures and everything that they do. The main culture that white people have is the colonization of other places, period. That is the main culture of whiteness in itself. You're not differentiating the whiteness versus someone's actual place and origin of history. You're putting all people, Scottish, Irish, Italian, all under the spectrum of white. And if you want to claim white, then the actual history of white people in America is, um, sorry, there's a echo. Uh, Culture is basically theft, rape, essay, and unaliving of those who are in a country that had nothing to do with them. Do you understand,
He's got his mic off.
Jacob?
Yep.
Yep,
All
what?
right.
How was I
I
talking down
understand.
on people?
I understand.
Okay. Please, Polynesian, if you would.
Okay, so there's a couple of things, and we're gonna address them as they need to be addressed because the representation on behalf of Māori here has been extremely inaccurate up to this point. So first and foremost, I will just introduce myself. Just a little bit of cultural practices that I try and maintain online because we do it in public spaces off the app as well. So tēnā rā tātou katoa, ka uri au no koutou ka te mamo e me aoroa, kei raro i ka mau ka okunui me hararoi, me hanunui. Nā te waka o takitimu ki te awa o Mataura me te moana o Whekatuwera. Ko au he makaika o Paikia o Tauhiuri me a Himo, no reira tēnā rā tātou katoa. So that's just saying I hail from the southernmost tribes. Within Aotearoa, Koitahu ka te mamo and Aotearoa, I am a descendant of Paikia, the whale rider, and Tauhiuri, one of the paramount chiefs of Koitahu. Now, first and foremost, the push that you originally came up here with and you tried to backtrack in the comments and in later statements, white culture in Aotearoa, or what people like perceiving as white culture in Aotearoa, is very different from Māori culture. We do not have a comparable culture. We have little mementos and parts of our culture as Māori, as tāku whenua of Indigenous people here in Aotearoa that have been taken and adopted into the Eurocentric perception of culture in this country, but they are not synonymous. On top of that, we are a very diverse country, and to try suggest or imply that we simply have one overarching Kiwi culture, as many people like to call it, is extremely problematic because there are so many cultures within our country. Now, the main point that I wanted to jump up here and address you on was you trying to bring our treaty or Te Tiriti o Waitangi into the argument. Now, the reason that I have a problem with this is because you're bringing it up as if our treaty was actually respected, as if our treaty was upheld, as if the treaty wasn't a stepping stone for the British to be able to settle here because they knew they had no chance in being able to actually colonize this country with the way that it was standing. So they implemented Te Tiriti o Waitangi over here in order to establish their settlements. This is why we see the first land skirmish that happened in 1843, 3 years after Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Following that, we started to have all of the wars, places like Taranaki and Tainui.
We started to have all the laws. We started to have terra nullius declared in Te Waiponamu down in the South Island. We started to have all of these massive genocides. We started to hear the stories of Parihoka, peaceful settlement where even children were slaughtered because the British wanted the land and didn't want to allow Māori to actually occupy any space as a collective. We start hearing stories
Isn't that
about
what a couple of
European.
Taranaki tribes did to the Moriori, though? Wiped them out, women and children, left only 100 of them.
Okay, so you've been taught
If we're going
that.
to have a sook about genocides, but not mention any Maori genocide committed against other Maoris.
Okay, first off, I've got to ask this because I've been bugging on this a couple of times. Have you grown up in the culture?
Yeah,
Okay, so why do you say Maori?
my grandpa opened the first kohanga in Otara in the 80s, and then it
Okay,
was like,
okay, let's go through a couple of things here. If you grew up in the culture, you'd be saying Maori, you'd be
no,
saying
not really.
Aotearoa, you'd be saying
Not really.
Otara.
It's an English loanword. Why would I pronounce an English loanword differently? Do you say prefer like a French person, or do you say prefer like an English person?
Well, Maori isn't actually an English word.
It's in the Oxford English Dictionary, so it's a New Zealand, it's a
It
Kiwi
is in
English
the
Oxford
Oxford
loanword.
English
Dictionary.
Dictionary, but it's a switch in dialect compared to all of the other
So it's a
cultures that we
loanword.
have around Polynesia, which is why we hear in
But that's
places
got
like
nothing to do with
Hawaii.
it being a loanword in
Hold
English. So
on,
I pronounce it
Yeah, let
appropriately.
him speak. Let him speak.
hold on. Let me cook. All right, so we see Kanaka Maoli in Hawaii. We see Cook Islanders use a very similar term. We see Moriori use what can be perceived as a very similar term.
But that's got
Um,
nothing to do with it
right?
being an English loanword.
It's not an English word, it's Polynesian in base.
It's an English loanword.
Okay, you're one of these, Moldy. Alrighty then. Back to my points. Following the 1800s, we had things like the Native Schools Act put in place where we were put under corporal punishment simply for speaking our language in school. Alright, this carried on right through till the 1970s. Following that, we've seen a lot of protests from the likes of Dame Whina Kupop with the Land March. We've seen the Māori language petition come through in the late 1900s, and following into the 2000s, we've seen things like the foreshore and seabed. We've seen things like Uhumatao, and we've seen things like what's currently going on with Julian Bachelor, who's currently going around the country spending money from the people to protest co-governance that Māori still don't have because it says we should be able to have it in Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Now tell me, and I want you to be so fucking genuine with your answer right now, tell me what your point was of bringing up Te Tiriti o Waitangi when it comes to this kind of discussion when if you know about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, you would know it's been severely dishonoured.
Because Pākehā didn't arrive here on double-masted plague ships to take over. They came here to negotiate honestly. It's not like what they did in America.
Okay, so can you tell me
Then
can you
why
tell
are you
me why
here?
the New Zealand company was instituted and what it was for?
I don't care. It's 2023.
Okay, so
Oh,
the New Zealand company was instituted around the times of colonization as a land assessment company. It was a direct result of them trying to be able to legally assess and take our land.
yeah.
Polynesian, if I may, I think that was a very ignorant statement to say it's 2023. See, that's the whole problem with the whole, oh, we have a treaty thing. And not just in your country, but especially in this country. Like Miss Nikki said, there are treaties here as well, and they've been broken on several occasions. And a lot of people like to think just because there is a treaty put in that we can just go ahead and ignore the past, that the history has nothing to do with where we are today. And the mere fact of it is that many white people who are in other countries that were mostly melanated are invaders. And because now that we want to be able to forget the invasion by saying, okay, well now we're all just one.
It's yeah.
Are you,
There's a lot of extremely problematic takes, and it's I honestly think that this may just be a point of there's too much opinion that's already been formed in the way for them to actually be able to respect and see the reality of things.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean by that?
Um, I don't think it doesn't matter how much I come up here as someone who's studied a lot of this and who teaches a lot of this. I don't think that it's going to change Jacob's mind no matter what information I provide. Um,
No, you're right about that, to be honest.
hold on, I was speaking. Um, I honestly think they're just too set in their ways and they've formed a very indoctrinated opinion of our history and will refuse to change that. And it's okay. It's okay to be wrong. Um, just don't be so loud about it, please.
It's okay to
That
admit
being
that
said,
maybe if you don't work, like if you can't make it in the system, that maybe you're the problem. It's okay to admit that too.
No. No, I'm gonna have to strongly disagree with that statement.
Because like my Maori family,
What
they're
what
doing
what system
fine.
are we talking about? What system are we talking about now?
The Pākehā system,
The patriarch system.
the Pākehā system
Oh well, I
in
have
New
no idea.
Zealand.
okay, so
Again, like no
Pākehā is a
like
term for
hold on.
non-Maori.
Hold on a second. Jacob, dude, like real talk, like just say you want to go ahead and be for what white people did back in the day so that you could be comfortable today. Because like no disrespect, we were speaking on how you came in here directly to say how different white New Zealanders are from white people in the US. Okay, great. So what? We were talking about American issues because that's what's going on here right now. Indigenous people in this country are being erased. And I'm trying to tell you straight up that the people in Maori in the chat and the one here is trying to tell you that some of y'all are also doing the same thing in New Zealand. But again, I'm not New Zealand. That's not for me to talk about. I don't know New Zealand life. But I do know American life. And for you to come up here and try and put your little 2 cents in just because you felt butthurt because you, I guess, do you consider yourself white? And that we were talking about the fact that there is erasure from white people in the country and black people. In this country. Like, what's up? What exactly were you trying to do when you came up here?
To say that white people have a culture, white Americans are different to white New Zealanders,
Okay,
or
okay.
different to white
You see,
Okay, but we're
Australians, or
talking about
you
different
see,
to
white
white
listen.
South
Americans.
Africans.
Okay, no, like
You,
listen. Okay, see,
but
like
you were
these are like
saying
the kind
white
of
people don't
people
have a
that
culture.
don't. Okay, these are like the kind of
You
people
can't say white
that
people
don't
don't
come
have a
here to
culture and
learn.
then say, oh,
They just come
just
here to
America.
respond. He's just here to respond. He's not here to learn to listen.
White
No,
people don't
He's
just
here to
live in
exactly.
respond.
America.
It's very apparent to me after listening to this guy talk multiple times that he's just set in his ignorant ways. Like Polynesian said, like it's okay to be wrong, just don't be so loud about it. It's okay to be ignorant, don't be so loud about it, bro. You don't always got to be right.
It's okay to just like people you only agree with too. Like, let's be honest.
Say that
I
again.
mean, no fighting is wrong.
Everything you're accusing me of, you guys are doing with your groupthink. So cool.
No.
I mean, I could no. I mean, and if it's an entire group of people going against what you say, I mean, look, I don't know Polynesian. The only people in this panel that I know at this point, like that I've talked to multiple times, is Edward and Kamari. I don't know Two Love. I just met Nikki. I don't know Polynesian. This is an unbiased panel. You got people from multiple ethnicities, multiple races, and multiple different countries telling you that you're wrong.
You've
Hmm.
just told me that you talk to most of the people in the chat.
No,
So
no, I didn't. Don't, now you're misconstruing my words. You're trying to gaslight. That's not going to work in here.
For real, because he don't have a follow from me. No disrespect, host, but I don't know this dude. I don't know none of these people in this. I think I saw Polynesian speak once on a live, maybe like 2 weeks ago. I don't know nobody in this live. So I don't know where you getting that. I think it's again, you're kind of centering yourself, bro. You heard white and you got butthurt about it.
Wait, Jacob, are you
no, I
Israeli?
didn't because I was right.
Wait,
White people
Jacob,
do
are
have
You
a
you
was
culture.
right
Israeli?
though. But you can feel that if you want to, but you don't.
Jacob, tell me why do you think you're right?
Because white Americans are different from white New Zealanders, who are different from white Australians, who are different from white South Africans. We aren't the same.
What
They aren't
what
the
make
same. They're different.
what makes it different?
What makes them the same? Tell
What
me
makes
what
them
makes a
no,
white New
tell
Zealander the same
me.
as the white Australian.
Okay,
Answer
Jacob,
the
If white
question.
you're
Don't
people have
ask
I'm
one
me.
done.
culture, tell
Okay,
me
I'm
what
like
makes
done.
them the same.
okay, no, everything makes them the
So
same. But
you
like, what
can't
like
tell me
makes them
what
the
makes them the
same
same.
is that their entire okay, no,
What
like
makes
what
a
like
white
makes
New
them the
Zealander the
same
same as a
is that
white
their entire
American?
mindset is based on a product of colonization. So yes, everything makes
Speaking
them
as
the same.
someone who interacts with a lot of white Americans on a regular basis, and as someone who lives in Old Aotearoa, the racism, the general perspectives, the transphobia, the transmisia, the homophobia, the obsession with conformity to how they perceive our culture to be instead of allowing us to flourish. I mean, there's many things we can list off that would
Who's stopping
create
you
them to
from
be synonymous.
flourishing? Who is stopping you from flourishing?
How are
I
you
didn't say.
flourishing?
I
Wow.
didn't
Because
say
You
I
have
even.
a
don't see you
What?
moko, bro.
flourishing,
You've got a
Jacob.
moko. You don't want to flourish in society.
No, I don't see you want. No, what
Wow.
society? What
I'm
society
not
are we
talking to
talking
you.
about?
I'm
No,
talking to the
I'm
guy with the
asking you
moko.
because it's all the same. We're all the
He has a
same.
moko. He doesn't want to function in society like a regular person.
Like, what is a
What
regular
what gives
Wow.
you
person?
that
Hold on,
assumption
hold on,
though?
hold on,
Like what?
hold
How
on.
could you say that about a man that you don't even know? Or sorry,
Let
Where
about
me
them that you don't even know.
hold up,
in New
Exactly.
hold up, hold
Zealand,
up,
like,
because this
where
is
is he
great.
ever going to get a
So,
normal job?
okay,
A
so
normal.
hold on.
Oh wow.
Hold on. Let's address this.
Okay,
So for
let's.
the last year and a half, nearly 2 years, I've been working
And
in
like, what has he
security.
done
I
to
pretty
even
much
earn it?
hold on. You asked a question about my life. I'm going to answer it
I never
respectfully.
asked
Go
a
sit
question
down
about
so
your
you can
life.
occupy your mouth for 5 minutes while I answer. Alrighty. I am an IC in my position, which means I sit higher than people underneath me, which is a normal, respectable job by your standards. On top of that, I'm also a teacher. I educate a lot of people around Te Māori. All right, and I have a lot of work that I do in a lot of different fields. Top of that, I have a lot of different qualifications. When I said a lack of flourishing, I didn't mean for me. See, I'm able to flourish in a Pākehā or a Māori world, right?
So
Especially
why
in
are
a
you a
country like
suki?
this. All right,
Why are you
what
being a
I
suki?
was saying, hold on, again, go occupy your mouth with a doorknob for 5 minutes so I can finish
What
my
do you
point, please.
talk about the fat
All
man that
right.
likes running his mouth?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Ooh.
Go ahead,
That
go
that
ahead.
was
He's
very
muted.
disrespectful.
Hold on. Go again, because I missed that.
Oh,
You want to say it to his face? I'm sorry, their
He
face.
left.
You want to say it to their face?
Oh, he's
Come on,
back.
Jacob.
Mic off.
Come on, Jacob, say
no,
it to their face.
I got him muted. Would you? Okay, you can go for it, Jacob. Say it again. Repeat yourself.
The fat man likes moving his mouth.
Wow.
We're going for that stance, are we? Alrighty. So since you apparently can't use a doorknob to occupy your mouth and suck on that for 5 minutes, what we're going to do here is we're going to turn around and call out the conviction of your fucking logic and the strength in your spine, because you
Hmm.
clearly lack an ability for both. All right. And when it comes to actually trying to have a logical conversation or being proved wrong in a point, you've got to turn around and resort to shitty little fucking insults such as
Oh, bro, you
calling
started with the
someone.
shitty insults. Like, suck it up.
Oh,
Wow.
no. I haven't even started with the insults yet. I could turn around and say quite happily that I'd call you a cunt, but you lack the conviction, the warmth, or the ability to actually please someone, so it's not a title that you'd earn. But what I was trying to do was actually sit in here and have a conversation to actually discuss the points that we're on. Back to my point. When I said that there was a desire for a lack of Māori to be able to flourish, I didn't say me personally. What I said was that was a desire for white New Zealanders towards the indigenous people of this country to show a comparison with how white New Zealanders are similar to white Americans because you asked. However, what you're trying to do is reenact a Friends episode
and start yelling pivot, pivot, pivot at every motherfucker because you can't stick to a point. So, with all that being said, I'm going to remind you that you don't even have enough to be considered a cunt in my eyes, and I'm going to jump back down and I'm going to let everybody else have fun with you. So, to the host, thank you very much for letting me up.
Catch you
To
later, sweaty
everybody
tits.
that's not Jacob in here, thank you very much for your time and your conversation and everything like that.
Ka
And
kite double chin.
enjoy your time with Jacob.
Thank you for coming up. Thank you for coming up and spreading real
Thank you,
knowledge, man. We appreciate
Polynesian.
you.
Yes,
You're the
sir.
bomb.com.
All right, now let's get this boy unmuted. This man child.
I want to remove him so bad. He's actually get on my nerves for real.
Hold on, I think he's working on something to say because I unmuted him and he muted himself again. So I don't know what's going on.
I think he's probably like cussing us out right now.
Well, it's okay.
I'm just more saddened than anything that, there's still the mindset that people have like this, that they don't understand that they're hurting so many others just because of their own comfortability. It's very frustrating that you don't understand and that it doesn't matter at the same time, it seems, that when people are telling you all around you that it bothers them to see people imitate and mimic their culture that has nothing to do with them. That when you say, you see, okay, I understand, I hear, and then you still say, but let me just explain why white people have culture. I just told you what white people's culture here is America, and you just want to do a compare and contrast to New Zealand. Instead
Because
of doing
that's what the cultural differences are.
Hold on one second. Because instead of doing a comparison, a compare and contrast, why not just say, okay, I see it, I understand it. Let's work towards, let's work against it. Instead, you want to again center yourself so that you whatever whiteness you're trying to preserve over there can be still held in esteem.
No.
Oh my goodness, Jacob, wake up and smell the flowers, okay? Like your like so-called culture is literally just like fucking like nationalism. Is it like these people like want to preserve to I don't know for like what reason? Like what reason do you guys have to like be like some nationalist of like this country? Like oh this country culture this like that country culture that. Wake up, smell the flowers. Your country does not. Okay, no, like there's like no like there's like no culture that is associated with like what you were trying to say. Like seriously, like oh my god.
So so let me add here, right? So first of all, I love my Maori mutuals. They are awesome. I love them to death. And I always have their backs. But second of all, what I'm hearing is this, that you're saying white people are different in different countries. Now, that would be true if those white people are actually practicing their ethnicity and they are identifying with their ethnicity. Now, if these white people are only identifying as white or with their nationality, then they would be the same across all countries, because when all white people identify as white or just their nationality, they are identifying with white supremacy. They are identifying with assimilation and homogenization of everybody while upholding their whiteness and living in their white
No, not
privilege.
really, because
Now,
it's not something
those
that's
that
forced
I'm
on
not
you.
done
It's something that's
speaking.
organic.
I'm not done speaking. Those that are white or quote unquote pale skinned or lighter skinned that are actually practicing their cultures and identify with their ethnicities would be of different people, because they are not identifying with whiteness. They are not identifying with nationality and nationalism. That would be a whole different group of white people. You
Cultures
understand?
develop all the time. Okay, so that's one thing.
That's not a
Like
question. Okay, no, like
But
we
cultures
just
it's
like
can
the,
we
you're
just
not
develop.
have like over an hour and
understanding
a
All
half.
that.
right,
Okay,
I
like I said,
can't do it with him no
okay,
more.
like
I've listened to him enough. I've
over half an
listened to
It's
it
like you
enough. I
can't. It's like
literally,
that
okay,
I'm
you're
gonna
okay,
not.
jump
over
out of
over a
my
whole hour
skin.
of us arguing. It is not a culture. Okay, it is not a fucking culture. I don't know, like what the fuck he kind of said,
I
like
don't
that. Like what the
understand
fuck
why
I
they
can do
can't
to
get.
drill that into
Yeah.
his brain. Okay, it is
I'm just
tired.
gonna let them.
I'm tired. I'm tired right now. It is fucking like two. It's like 2 in the morning. Like I.
Yeah. It's it really is a yeah, it's like if you can't understand the fact that race and nationality are not cultures, then that is a you problem, not a us problem.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Hmm.
Lord.
That's
My
draining.
Lord, my brain is fried after listening to that. I almost my brain's more fried listening to him than listening to an ethnocentric. Fucking hell.
Oh my god.
I can't even think right now.
Between the ethnocentrics and the white supremacists, oh my goodness. I just can't. I can't. I cannot.
I'm sending you strength, girl. Sending you strength.
It's ridiculous.
Shit.
And then I was looking at my comments on my page, and I have idiots I need to address tomorrow. So that's
Right.
gonna be fun.
Can I address a comment? I think this is such a great comment. I know it sounds very persnickety, but if white people had culture, museums wouldn't be full of other people's shit. I just love that. I think that is right.
So
I think
true.
that is great.
It is so true. Uh,
What's up, Misha? How you doing tonight? Just so everybody knows, Misha is she's an ally. She cool.
Yeah, I remember Misha. Oh,
Oh
oh,
yeah, you missed a bunch of fun. We just got done with all the fun.
He had enough and said, I'm done with that one.
Yeah, no, I got tired out.
I was so trying. No, I was like trying so hard, like not to block him. Like I was like getting no lies for like my finger was on like the block button. I'm telling you.
See, that's where you gain patience, though.
Yeah,
Because
I'm patient.
if you all are supposed to be teaching people and you all are so self aware, you're very aware of what is going on in the world, just be patient. That's all I'm going to
Like
say.
I'm just like no. See, like
Edward,
these people.
Edward, I'm gonna drop you for a second, Edward. I got another request. I'll bring you
Yes,
back up when he's
sir.
done, bro.
I'm gonna go
All
to
right,
sleep anyway, so it's cool.
all right. Good night,
all right,
Eddie.
bro.
Good night.
Have a good night, bro.
Yes, sir.
He was listen, like he was only here to respond. Like he wasn't here to actually like learn and talk. Like he was having a subjective. And of course, like, this entire argument is like subjective, but still he was here to respond.
Right. But still,
You know, it's
patience,
gonna help.
grasshopper. Because you know
Right. That's
what?
all that.
One day he might, something might just click. Hopefully, one day, we hope that it will click. But I mean, if we keep sharing it, one day it will click. And it gets repetitious, it gets tiring, but keep it going.
I'm always open to like those that want to learn. I'm always open to it to teach, but those that just want to come up and argue and to assume that this is a biased panel when no, it's the fact that you don't want to accept that race and nationality are not ethnicities, and then you want to uphold white supremacy. That is not us being a biased panel. That is us who are actively decolonizing, and you are not. That's what that is.
Right. But still,
Facts.
your message is strong. Keep it going. Be patient because one day it might click. It might not be today and it might not be a week from today, but it might just click.
The only reason why ethnicity is real and okay, like the only reason why ethnicity is real and nationality is not because like there actually is a story behind somebody's ethnicity. There is no story behind anybody's race or nationality.
I don't know. I just Yo,
I
gotta
do
respond to
genealogy
this
work,
other
so I
comment.
just think there's a lot in like nationality.
Okay, I mean, like, there's like a story, but like, there's like your ethnicity is actually important to who you are. Like, I'm sorry, but like somebody's like nationality, like it just doesn't make sense. It's just not your it's not something that it's not your ethnicity. Like that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
So the difference between me from being Ojibwe and saying that I'm Anishinaabe, is that what you're saying?
Hmm?
Like
I,
I'm just trying to follow you.
Okay, no, like what I'm saying is, like somebody like nationality, like let's say is it like being American, it do- it's like not
Oh,
important to
okay.
yeah, like it's not
Yeah,
important
okay.
to your ethnicity. See, like there
can
actually
I
is like a story, and
respond?
like there actually is a story behind your ethnicity, and that's why it makes people who they are. But there is no story behind someone's nationality or their race. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Kamari. I can't necessarily say I agree
Yeah, I
wholeheartedly.
disagree.
You disagree with it?
Because for you and I, no offense, Kamari, but you black? You black in America?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you and I, we have a different disconnect than other people from other countries and nationalities. You know what I'm saying? There are those who do have national pride. We just don't. I mean, I don't know about you. I know I don't because
I
once
don't.
I learned about the right, you know what I'm saying. But there are those who are actual melting pots who actually, have come to grips with everything that came to their countries, and there's a mutual respect and tolerance for one accepting,
I mean, yeah, but
unlike
I mean,
America.
I
So
mean,
it
yeah,
is
but
different.
I'm talking about America, like in like a country where like somebody's ethnicity and nationality could go hand in hand, like Lebanon. Then yes, definitely. But in a country like America, no.
Right, right. That's what, and mainly, and truth be told, I have to say mostly for Black people in America who don't know where they originate from. Even Indigenous people here in America, they know they're from here. You know what I'm saying? Those who are from Cuba, even though they have, or Dominican Republic, or places in the Caribbean, even though there may be those who have African ancestry and history, there are also those who have Spanish and Portuguese history as well. And some of those have become completely, as we said, melting pots or complete I don't want to say assimilation. That's not the right word, but the melting pot. So it's become a part of their whole culture as a whole to be Cuban, whether they be Black Cuban or white Cuban. To be Cuban is something that they're, proud to be. Me personally, I can't sit around here saying that I'm a proud American. That's why I'm Black and I'll be
Okay,
Black.
so one, my ethnicity is not African American. My ethnicity is Creole. So you're like you're to like black is like my race, but like my ethnicity is not black or it's not African American. It's Creole.
So you're not. I'm sorry. I'm not. What do you mean ethnicity is African American? My ethnicity is, African.
So,
Yeah,
My
so
national.
Creole means
there is a
that your
difference
family
between.
is probably Jamaican, right? Or
No, he said
no, I'm
Creole. So
talking.
I'm thinking he's talking about like Louisiana Creole. Is that what you're talking
Well,
about?
some.
Yeah, like, that's my
I think
ethnicity.
Right. That's what.
Okay.
We no, baby. That's here in America. That's just
Yeah,
that's.
yeah, yeah.
Oh man.
French and yeah.
But
Colonized.
so
Oh,
there are ethnicities that are also nationalities, right?
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
think sometimes people forget that that is the case. Like for example, Mexican is a nationality south of the border in Mexico because Mexico is a country, it is a nation, and there are
yep.
multiple ethnic groups in Mexico. But Mexican here in the United States, it is an ethnicity here. So like I think that's where sometimes people kind of get it confused is that like I get it all the time. People will say you're not Mexican because you weren't born in Mexico. No, I am still Mexican. I'm also Mexican indigenous, but my family was here when that border was created, that invisible border was created. So it doesn't make me any less Mexican because a border now separates me and now I have a new nationality or I have a different nationality. I'm still Mexican and I will always be Mexican.
Yep.
And I'm Mexican indigenous because I don't claim the Spanish in me, even though I do acknowledge that there is Spanish influence in my culture. But I mostly practice my indigenous culture, and I am reclaiming my indigenous culture that was removed from me. So I am learning what has been taken. But the part of my indigenous culture that is still there, I still practice. So I think sometimes there is misconceptions between nationality, ethnicity, and then on top of that, some people not understanding that nationality and ethnicity can be one and the same depending on where you live.
Yes, and also Mr. Wonderful, okay, in the comments saying Africa is the name of a continent. First of all, duh, and second of all, yes, because most Black people in America, the ones who haven't had the chance to do a DNA test, don't know which African country they're from. Hence, why we can say that we are derived from Africa, which is why America in the first place decided to call us African American. They wanted to put that African American moniker on there so that they could claim us, but never. So, yeah, don't try to correct me from things that you don't understand. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right.
What's up, Chip? How you doing tonight, man? I see you've been trying to get in for a minute.
Yeah, I'm good, mate. How are you?
All
Hey,
right.
what's
You
up,
got
Chip?
any?
Um, first of all, I just want to say, I was just looking on the
We,
writing here
I,
that you guys
I'm having
said,
a hard time hearing you.
all white
Yeah.
people are not inherent racist. Yeah, I don't believe that. What I mean is I believe that some of them aren't racist.
Right.
Cause I'm
Right.
from,
Yeah. No, I
I'm from,
believe that as well.
yeah, because I'm from Australia, and um, you know, I have many white mates. Australia's a melting pot of people from every country. You know, I've got Russian mates, I've got Croatian mates, I've got um, like I was adopted anyway. My mum's white, and you know, she's not racist. Like she's German. You know, Prussian. You know, Prussia was German Empire before World War One, and you know, so yeah, I don't believe that all white people are racist. It's you know, there's small pockets of them,
Can I
if you
ask you
know
a
what I
question?
mean. Yeah.
Um, may I just ask, thank you for coming up and speaking. May I just ask, in Australia, are Aboriginal people are under the same gun as as Black people are in America in regards to police brutality and the oppression of Aboriginal people, as there has been, of course, in the worst oppression of Aboriginals in Australia. But is that still a continuing thing today, and as rampant as before?
Um, that's a hard one to say. I
What's a slur?
um,
I'm sorry. Hold on. Before you answer that question,
Some
I just
people
want
think they're talking about the ab word.
right. And I did not. First of all, I don't want to say anything incorrect. So, and be politically incorrect. I did have always known. I would say the melanated people of Australia to be called Aboriginal or Aborigine.
Yeah, I
However, if it
agree.
is something else, please let me know. And I will absolutely,
oh
because I
no,
want
that's
to make
fine.
certain.
So
Okay.
That's what they're
Aboriginal,
talking about. Yeah.
yeah, Aboriginal is the correct term. Aborigine would be the slur.
Okay. Got
Yeah,
it. Thank you. Thank you for the
Aboriginal.
clarification.
Yeah, yeah. Police brutality. I think that just happens to everyone really, but I think in some communities, um, in Central Australia and places like that, I things can get a bit rough. Um, Same in the cities as well. I mean, but I think that it's a police problem against everyone else. Like they can, it depends which you know police officers having a bad day or whatever, and they could just take it out on anyone. Like I don't know if it's a. I mean, I've only had one incident where with a police officer that was rough with me, and that was a polite way of putting it. But other than that, I think
Right.
that it's I don't think it's much of a problem.
Okay.
So,
So
so
I'm. Oh, sorry. I just real quick. I just wanted to do a quick
But I've got to
follow
say,
up question.
Australia is different to the United States. Australia's um,
I think I
are
have to
big.
beg to differ with a lot of people who say things like that. I think that a lot of countries are very much like how America used to be in the 80s. The 80s was an interesting time in America where everyone thought that everything was going just fine. The 80s and 90s, we were all, people still say it today on this app, in the 80s and the 90s, we were all friends. None of this was happening. We just didn't have the tools to show that everything that happened during Jim Crow here in America still continues to this very day under the guise of government law. So I do strongly believe that it happens
Hmm.
in a lot of other countries, and that many other countries are still where we were in the 80s. And I strongly believe this, whether it's the truth or not. This is what I believe, that sooner rather than later, those countries are going to start looking more like how um, America looks right now in regards to the state of the people, that no longer will people be okay with their family members being unalived in the middle of the night, lynchings happening that continue to happen, the police brutality that runs rampant amongst mostly, I would say here in America, Black communities, but in other nations, mostly amongst melanated communities. I don't think that I think this whole, we should just, come together. I'm just going to say it again. The whole kumbaya thing is just a way to get rid of everybody else's culture, do away with everyone's culture, and just everyone just be one thing. What's there? Everyone should be perfectly content with who they are, and we should all be able to be respectful and understanding and loving to all of these other nations and cultures and backgrounds that make up this world, instead of trying to just overlook the atrocities that happened to bring us to where we are today.
Yeah, but in Australia, I found a lot of like white people. Like I've worked cattle stations heaps in Australia, and they're from white owners and everything, and a lot of these people, they have mutual respect with the Aboriginal people of the land because they understand that they came first, and even though they own a big cattle station, but they have respect for the blackfellas that work the land, and it's like a mutual respect, if that makes sense. I've met,
Chip. Oh,
oh,
sorry. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I was just gonna ask you
I've
about
met,
your. I'm Nikki. I just want to ask you about your adoption. Was that
yeah. What about
um
it?
was were your people ever just taken from your families and placed into adoptions to get adopted, or was that? I
No,
mean,
no, no, no,
if
no.
if I'm probing, like, if I'm asking
No,
too much,
no,
just
no,
let
no,
me know.
no. My mother, she was a teacher. She worked in remote Aboriginal communities, and she was there, and she was first off in the 80s. She was very involved with my Aboriginal family. She knew them quite well, and um, she knew my grandmother, and my grandmother was stolen generation, and my grandmother and all her wisdom, because back in the 80s, that community was quite wild, very violent, very bad. And so it was my grandmother that asked my mum to look after me because my biological mother was going through some very hard times with alcohol and the violence and everything. So that's she asked my mum to look after me, and then eventually legally I lived with her. I was only 2 months old, but no, my mum was part of Tisha out in the remote communities in a place called Worbinda.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm. But that doesn't mean to say that I don't know my culture. I'm a bachelor man from southeast Queensland, like Fraser Island and all that. That's where my grandmother's people are from,
Mm-hmm.
and my father's people are from the Gulf of Carpentaria, Mornington Island, and I was always involved in Aboriginal communities, Aboriginal stuff when I was a kid. My mum took me to them. She made a point of literally taking me to um, Aboriginal events and getting me involved in the Aboriginal community. And she was white, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I believe that not all white people are racist. But I'm saying that there are some out there, but that's like the older generation. They don't know any better. They come from that white Australia policy kind of thing, that mentality. But most of people that I've come across aren't racist. Like I've worked construction sites, cattle stations with white people, and it's a mutual respect. Like there's no animosity or racism. Um, I mean, if someone I've never really I have experienced racism as a young child, but as I grew up into a man, I've never directly had someone come up to me and say racist things to me. But maybe that's because I weigh 130 pounds and I'm nearly 6 foot, but and look a bit wild. But um, I think maybe yeah. Other than that, I haven't had racism since primary school. But as an adult, I've never had it directly to my face. So I don't believe that white people are inherently racist. But I do know a lot of black people that are racist against white people.
May I
And
ask what
I
it is
can
that Black people have done towards white people in Australia that makes them racist?
oh bash them, kick their heads in, stuff like that, simply because they're white.
Hmm. Do you think that there is a past feeling and or history that would, first of all, I don't condone, but what I am saying is, do you think that maybe there is something underlying there that they feel towards?
Absolutely,
Right.
a
Okay.
hundred percent. Otherwise, they wouldn't do that.
So you've seen black people do this to white people, but you're saying you don't see white people being racist towards black and or melanated people
I haven't
as much.
as much. Well, I have seen it, but what I'm saying is it hasn't happened to me.
Okay. All right.
I haven't had someone come up to me and say, "Oh, you black something or other."
Okay.
They have.
So
It's just
may I? I'm sorry, honey. You answered, and I appreciate the answer. It's just so I would call myself a white collar American, excuse me, black person here in America. I don't do
hmm
too badly here. I live decently. I live comfortably. Okay. Uh,
hmm
for reasons, situations that I made certain so that I could live as comfortably as I could here as a black woman in America. That doesn't take away from the fact that I know that my brothers and sisters out here on the ground are suffering. So that's not going to stop me from when I see them speaking and no one's hearing them, from me speaking up for them as
Yeah,
well. It's not going to
I
stop me.
understand that.
You feel what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
to
I
say
understand
that
that.
just because it doesn't happen to me, it hasn't touched my doorstep, is not a
Mm,
reason for me to turn a blind eye and to say, because the thing about it is that I have seen the corruption that happens towards my people. And I'm speaking again, I can't speak for Australians. I'm not there, but I can
mm,
speak for those of us in here in America. And when I see my brothers and sisters on the street and they're being unalived, and that's the biggest thing, is that so many people keep moving the goalpost from the terror that has been put on Black people in America versus, oh well, you guys are, not everyone in America, not every Black person in America is poor. What rights don't you have? We don't have the right to just walk down the street and be Black
yeah,
without without someone saying we're not allowed to be there, without someone making a phone call that can actually wind up being detrimental to our lives.
mm.
Now this
This
may
may
be
sound
minor. I'm sorry, go ahead.
this may sound strange or a bit weird, but with me, the way I see it, Australia is my country. It's where my people come from. So if I'm going, doesn't matter if I'm going to a fancy restaurant or a fancy pub or a bar. I walk straight in there like I own the place. Like I walk in there with my head held high, and I'm a quite heavy set person, and I have a presence about me, and people just it's like righto, this bloke's here, and I don't let anyone try to intimidate me, like say that I'm not there, and that's just how I am, and because I'm a firm believer of this is my country, I do what I want, and maybe I'm a lot different to other people, but I can only speak for myself, and so
Likewise.
yeah,
Um,
well, I mean,
I
Before
wanted
you do
to.
something, I'd like to address Michelle Villa Gomez real quick,
Well,
sweetie.
yeah, I was
Uh,
gonna address her.
were you,
Um,
were you okay? I'm gonna do it super quick,
yeah.
and I'm gonna give it to you. I
Um,
am. She's funny because, first of all, I never said that other people in other countries weren't oppressed. Other nations are coming over here to America telling us that we're complaining about the issues, yet you guys are saying that other people in other countries are oppressed. Speak about it. I'm not telling you not to. Y'all are coming over here telling us not to talk about it. Y'all are
so
mad because we're finally saying that we've had enough of it. We're tired of the assimilation. We're tired of the erasure. We're tired of the terror. And then when we say, oh, okay, well, I don't know what goes on over there, you want to say, see, y'all think y'all are the only ones being oppressed when no one said that. If there's people who are being oppressed, maybe it's time for you to get a backbone and get up and say something about it. Yes,
so
ma'am, Miss Nikki.
So first of all, a couple of things with her comments. For one, this whole letting go of the past shit is it's a dog whistle. It's bullshit. So let me explain why. Um, would we tell um Jewish Holocaust victims to get over the past? Would we tell
no,
9/11 the families from 9/11 to get over it, to let it go, to just drop it? Would we
no,
tell anybody who has been oppressed in any sort of way, attacked in any sort of way, um, beaten, assaulted, essayed, abused in any sort of way to tell them to just get over it, let it go? No, we wouldn't. So instead, what we should be saying is we need to heal from the past while acknowledging the pain that was caused. That's number
yeah,
one.
I agree
Number
with that
two,
100%.
number two, when it comes to people saying, oh, Americans think we're the most oppressed, no. So it's not Americans. It's people of color in this country that are oppressed. Doesn't mean that we're the most oppressed, but we are oppressed. And that's POC in literally every country that is colonized by Europeans. So stop playing this bullshit of, oh, we all just need to get over it and build a better future if you can't even acknowledge what happened, if you can't if you're not going to tell anybody else to get over it and let it go. Do not say it to those that are victims of colonization. And as victims that we are now in survival mode and being survivors and trying to heal from the generational trauma that has been imposed on our families, on our loved ones for generations upon generations upon generations, you know, be more helpful in helping people heal instead of telling them to let it go and get over it. Because I promise you, if you've had any kind of trauma in your life, you don't just let it go and get over it without healing first. And
That's
too many
true.
people are
It's
not
100%
healed
true.
at all because nobody has given us the tools to heal the way we need to heal because the
I know,
oppressors keep gaslighting our oppression.
That part.
I agree with that 100% because I know Aboriginal people that have an absolute hatred towards white people. Like, a hatred of that is so deep that it's passed on to generation and generation. Like, I mean, that's why in parts of the territory, in parts of um, you know, up north, in Queensland, down south here in Queensland, there are people that when they go out drinking, they don't mind just walking up to a white fella and kicking his head in and getting into a big fight with him and all of his mates. It's because they have that hatred. But see, I grew up differently. I've got
Yeah.
Maori brothers,
Oh,
because my mum that raised me, she was from New Zealand. My brothers are two Maori men from New Zealand, and so I was brought up different. But a lot of people in Australia have had that hatred, and I've seen it. You know,
yeah.
even one of my girlfriends, she's Aboriginal, and she doesn't like white people, and I keep telling her, I said, you gotta let that, not so much let it go, but you gotta understand that not all white people are like that. And I explained to her, I said, I've multicultural mates. I've got mates from Persia, Iranian mates. I've got mates from all nationalities because Australia is a melting pot of people. And I was raised to treat people how I want to be treated, and regardless of race, color, or religion. I've got um, mates that have different religions, and different races. So like I said again, that's just my own personal experience. It's not everybody else's, but yeah, that makes sense.
I was jumped for being white when I was 12 years old. So what you're talking about, um, it does kind of hit deep for me because I have heard a lot of people say that white people they cannot experience racism. And
Does
I do
everyone
have
agree with
Native
that?
in me, like Native American, but of course I look super white because I have so much more white in me, or a bunch of European countries. Um, and yeah, I do. I think every race can experience racism.
So can
You
can I
experience
say something real
it.
quick on that? So racism
That's
is
it.
Yeah.
a system, right? Racism is a systemic thing, right? So a lot of times we're confusing racism with prejudice, right? So racism
Yes.
is
Yes.
prejudice plus power. And
Yeah.
when
Okay. Yeah.
so it particularly in this country, white people cannot experience racism because they are not being oppressed by the system of racism. Now they
There
can
is
hold
systemic
on, let me
racism
finish.
and individual
Hold on,
racism.
let me finish. White
This is a
people
cop
do
out.
No, please let me finish. White people do experience prejudice. They can experience
Mm,
discrimination. They can experience hate. Racism, though, is
mhm,
different because it is a system of oppression. When white people aren't being oppressed because of their skin color by the system, they are not experience racism. So, but they
mm.
are experience, but they can experience prejudice. They can experience
Yep.
discrimination, but they cannot experience racism unless there are laws placed against them in the system that oppresses them on their skin color alone, which that happens to
Mm.
POC here. And that's the difference.
Yeah, I
It
agree
we
with
can't
you.
conflate racism with prejudice, and that's what often happens. So it's not to invalidate white people experience prejudice or hate because of their skin tone from other groups of people at all, but white people do not experience racism because they are not experiencing systemic oppression, and that is what racism is systemic oppression.
Yep, I agree
And
with
on
Well,
you.
top
okay,
of
so
that, dear,
I
on
don't
top
think I
of
don't think
prejudice.
I literally don't think I've ever even slightly disagreed with anything you've said, BGP. But like in my eyes, like especially today, like racism is on a spectrum, right? And at the bottom of that spectrum, like the least worst racism that there is, it would be interpersonal racism. That's why my point specifically points that out. Anyone can experience and display interpersonal racism because that is the microaggressions. That would be, the white bum on the street calling somebody a slur, a person with no power, a person who can't get a large group of people to go harm another group of people. You know what I mean? It's a very petty and low version of racism, but it's still racism.
But may I say something to that? Because
I don't know when
see,
I oh,
with
I'm sorry.
hold on one second, I was talking, because with, her and other people saying, white people saying that they've experienced racism from black people, we have to
It wasn't
also
black people.
acknowledge, could
I
you,
didn't say
so
it was
why
black
are you,
people.
then why are you even, look, we clearly know that that's the main thing that, we're talking about,
I
especially
didn't
here in
think that's what
America,
we were
the
saying.
white and black division. Okay, here, so you just want to be completely obtuse on this situation, because the situation that a lot of people, someone, okay, I won't refer to you, but I will refer to someone who said it in the chat that they were, excuse me, exposed to racism by black people, some African Americans here in America. Just as I explained to Chip, and Chip knows this, that those people are going off of historical things that have happened to maybe not only themselves, to their parents, to their grandparents, so on and so forth. There's a history there. Now, am I excusing the person who beat you up or the person who showed prejudice to the person in the comment? No, I'm not. What I am saying, though, is that at the same time, you do have to look at those factors. That's a major factor that at one time, excuse me, not at one time, it's still going on, whether or not people want to actually believe it. But it wasn't that long ago that lynching here in America was a perfectly fine thing to do towards people who look like me, towards people who look like Chip. It was not that long ago, and it still happens this very day. So you have to also look at the same. I understand that some people look like, it doesn't matter. I understand it's your life, and that someone put their hands on you. I can completely understand how you feel. At the same time, you also need to look at that reverse. Why is
Yeah,
it
I
that they did?
understand generational trauma and how it comes
Then
down
what was
in
the point
DNA and everything else. I'm
of
not neglecting that fact at
I'm
all,
not going to
just so
lie,
you know.
Australia does have a deep history with racism against Aboriginal people. Like in the 1800s, it was common for every Sunday for the people to go out and hunt Aboriginal people. Like they would hunt, say, deer or whatever. They'd go down and they'd shoot the local tribes.
likewise
A lot
here?
of
Exactly.
a lot of atrocities happened here, massacres. Like I mean, and it's all swept under the rug. But and I can understand why a lot of Aboriginal people have a hatred towards um, white people. I understand that, but but I can only. But the thing is, I can only speak on my own personal experiences in life and what I've noticed from other people, especially other Aboriginal people. Um, but I do. But the thing is, I do know that there is racism, but I'm just reading on the thing here. It says, all white people are not inherently racist, and I wholeheartedly do believe that because I've met some really beautiful, awesome white people, and it may sound strange, but in my eyes, I don't see color. I was raised to treat a person how I want to be treated, and if I get that in return, it doesn't matter if they're white, black, or Chinese or any other race, because I'm treating them how I want to be treated, and if I'm getting that in return, it just means that they're a good person. But I do understand that there has been a lot of atrocities in history in Australia, and a lot of people do feel the way they do towards white people. I mean, I do see that. I see it all the time, but like I said before, I don't believe that all white people are racist. Like my best mate is a white guy, and he treats me like family, and I treat him like family. And
That's
when I was
that's so sweet. I'm sorry. It's just I'd like to address the doll test. Does anyone know what I'm referring to in regards to the
Yeah, I know that.
two-tone color?
Yeah, I know what
Okay.
you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to explain it, Misha?
Yeah, it was where they asked young children about the two dolls, about different features of the dolls, if they were good or bad, which one's good, which one's bad. And it was the darker skinned
But
doll
does
that
that make me
the
a
kids were
different person
saying
because
were
I've
bad
experienced life a lot differently?
more
But do
often.
you see how that test alone, and this is with children, not even adults.
Yeah.
This is why I understand. I get why you guys are trying to say it's not inherent, but in some ways it is because those are children. These children, they're not even thinking or trying to be racist. They're not trying to be racist at
So,
all.
so
It's
there's
hold on, hold on. It's the system in which we have grown up in, what they have had to deal with growing up as children, what they have to see in society, what they have to see on TV, what they have to deal with in their own classrooms. It whether or not you all this love, 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 and let's stop being diverse is all gravy until it's not. Until
Oh, I
it's
have to
some
go. I've got a call coming in. Sorry, and it's very important. Much
you're
okay.
respect
fine.
for everyone on the panel, and thank you so much for letting me speak. And much love and respect to everyone on here.
All right. Have a good one,
I have
Chip.
to go. Bye bye.
So,
Have a good one, man.
so this is kind of okay. So I wanted to address two things. So, when it comes to the
Have a good night,
inherent,
Chip.
I don't believe people are inherently racist. What I do believe is that the conditioning of racism starts very, very young. It's how parents talk in the home. It's how they speak around their kids as they're learning language and things like that. It's what they're seeing on TV, what their parents are allowing them to watch on TV. It's the microaggressions that we see on TV that they're picking up at a very young age. And children are very, very sponge like. So when you're seeing darker skinned people getting treated bad and getting treated in a way, and you're 3, 4, 5 years old seeing these things, it is being conditioned in a way that we're not even realizing it's being conditioned. So I don't think people are inherently are racist. I think people are conditioned at a very, very, very young age in that way. However, when it comes to that interpersonal racism, right? Again, racism still has to require power. So, for example, if if a black
I
person
disagree.
called, well, okay, well, let me finish. So if and we see this all the time when it comes to when white women weaponize the police on black people. So if a black person calls, if they harm somebody and they call them names, or even if they beat them up because of their skin color, right? That's where it goes. But if they turn around and weaponize, They can't weaponize their blackness against a white person. They can cause hate and they can cause pain, but they can't weaponize it. So if they call the police on a white person, that white person most likely isn't going to be profiled or even killed by the police. We have seen it time and time again where white women have weaponized their whiteness and called the police and have said things to get a hostile reaction from the police towards that black person. So it is weaponized. It requires power. That is a power that white privilege is afforded to people. That is that power. That is what interpersonal racism is that they have a power in their white privilege to weaponize that whiteness that can actually harm or even kill somebody by using somebody else within the system, like the police. That's what that is. So, and when it's interpersonal racism, racism does require prejudice plus power, whether it's interpersonal or whether it is systemic. So, therefore, Black and brown people can definitely be prejudiced. We can definitely be discriminatory, but we cannot be racist because we have no power. We cannot weaponize our skin color to harm somebody who is white. We just can't. It doesn't work that way. And if it does happen, those are very, very, very rare circumstances. But
I
and as a whole, no, we see it all the time. White people literally weaponizing their whiteness to harm or kill people of color consistently across the board. We do not hold power in this country based off our being brown or black. We just don't. We have no power at all in that regard. And that is what racism is. And everybody is consistently misconstruing racism and prejudice because it is an out for those that have white privilege and makes it seem like that white privilege doesn't exist. White privilege definitely exists and it is definitely weaponized against people of color
Right,
consistently across the board.
I acknowledge that, and I agree with that. But like, I think like that's a different level than what interpersonal racism. And from my understanding and the research that I've done on the different definitions of racism, interpersonal is like what I described earlier: is someone calling somebody a name, and anybody could do that, or
Sure.
assuming that all white people are just like oh boy did earlier, assuming that all white people are just they live luxurious lives in gated communities. Like it's nothing. There's no power
Well,
to
white
acquire
privilege,
that type of racism.
Yeah, I
white
think that your
privilege isn't it.
demonstration of
White,
power was very anecdotal. I don't think it was a great demonstration, to
it's
be honest.
not
And you
anecdotal
keep on
because it
saying
happens
systematic
literally
racism.
all the time.
I think the closest thing that we've really gotten close to with systematic racism is the ICWA that they're trying to pass right now. But
ICWA?
actual systems that are in place right now to try to oppress people of color, I can't think of any.
Really?
Affirmative
You
act,
can't
right?
think of
Isn't that the
anything?
one where they hire people of minorities?
No,
I know
that's
that
not,
that's like
no,
an
no, 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 no,
example
no.
of how,
Actually,
or
white women benefit from affirmative action more
yeah,
than
because they're
women of
females, yeah.
color.
But also, and then there's also a lot of college grants and stuff like that. Like the only reason why I could get a college grant is just because I was in the foster care system. But there's a lot of different
I didn't
things.
get
But
any
also,
college
I think
grants
that's a
because of
lot.
my
I
skin
am
color.
talking, and I did respect you, and I did want to try to interrupt you sometimes because I could feel wanting to talk. But I would like for you just to let me finish real quick. And I understand that those systems are in place, like the hiring and the grants and everything are in place to try to help give them a hand up because they were oppressed for so long. I'm not ignorant by any means. I'm just saying right now I don't think that there's a lot of systems in place to oppress people of color.
Oh, yeah, no, you are very ignorant.
Oh yeah, that's nice. I love name calling. That's the greatest when you're trying to just
No,
talk to
that's not a
somebody.
name calling. That's just what it is.
That's
You're very
literally name
ignorant
calling.
in
You
this.
know what ignorant means, right?
Yes, I do. That means
Okay,
you
so
do not
then what does it
understand.
mean? What's the definition of it?
Oh God, are you kidding me?
I'm not
It
kidding. I
means
mean, you
that
said
you
you're
are
not name
not
calling,
knowledgeable
so
in an area. You are not, uh, no, you're not
can you
knowledgeable
tell
in the
me a
area.
system in place right now?
What do you mean? Can I tell?
A
Yeah,
system that they made
the
in
entire
place
justice system
to
in place right
oppress
now.
people of color right now. That's in place right now.
The justice system in place, the laws put in place
There's
that
laws
are
in
in there
place
right
right now
now.
that say, people of color should
Yes.
be definitely okay. All right. I would love to see that.
We have to literally make laws to keep people from being oppressed. Do you understand that? So, like, when we have to make the Crown Act so that way Black women and Black men can wear their hair in natural styles, in any, like, where it would be okay for you to go ahead and throw your hair in cornrows and nothing would
Yeah, that
be
sounds
wrong.
like a
But
system
when
of
they do that,
oppression right there that they made
it
that
is
Crown
part of the
Act. It
system
sounds
of
like they were really trying
oppression.
to oppress them. That sounds like
Yeah,
a
it is
great
part
point
of
to
the
point out.
oppression.
Thank you for giving me a
Yes.
point towards my side.
ICE.
I
ICE
appreciate
is
that.
another one. When you're literally going around and going up to people and asking them for their papers, or when you're going up to them just based off of their skin color, these are all systems put in place, laws that are being put in place. Right now, Jim Crow laws are being put back in place in Mississippi. When we are looking at these systems of oppression for people of color, they are happening all the time. When we're looking at the justice system literally will turn around and for the same crime, for the same background, will put somebody of color in jail for a longer period of time than somebody who is white. These are just absolute facts and statistics. So for you to sit there and say that no, this doesn't happen and it's not because of their skin color, is absolute ignorance in it.
But do the systems in place legitimately bring up the skin pigment? It's not in place like that. That's where I'm saying that you're incorrect. Do you get what I'm saying? I think you're talking that this is more like bias that these people might have in the jury or the judges, or it's not actual systems that are in place. So when you try to say that
Yes,
systematic racism is in
the
place right
whole
now, can you just stop? Can you let me finish?
you're no, you're not gonna
I'm
speak
literally
over
trying to talk. I
me.
let you finish. I'm
No,
being
All
you're
right.
not
respectful
gonna tell
and
So
I
me to
let you
stop.
so
finish.
hold up,
No,
hold up.
I'm not. No, you're
As
not gonna
the
sit there
host,
and try to school me
Are you
on shit.
serious right now? I'm
No,
hold
just
up,
you're
trying to
hold
not.
up,
talk.
hold up.
Are
No,
you
you're
getting
not.
BGP,
your
You're not
feelings
please.
right
gonna
now?
school me
Can you
on
Misha,
just let me
please.
racism.
talk,
That's
please?
BGP
not
and
what's
Misha,
gonna
please.
happen. You're
I
not
Look,
literally
gonna
was
look.
in the
So
middle of
understand me
so
on
talking.
racism and then
What
try
are
to
you
look.
speak
talking
over me
about?
on
What?
it. No.
What?
Yeah. What?
I don't know what you
Okay.
even said. That's why I literally
So
said what.
let's hold on, please, please. For listen, I wanted to end this live 25 minutes ago, but we kind of got into a discussion. I'm cool with Misha and I'm cool with BGP. I don't really like where this conversation's going. So like, yeah, y'all can agree to disagree. We can agree to disagree on what we were talking about with interpersonal racism, BGP. But I'm gonna go ahead and end the live now. I appreciate both of y'all for coming up here and talking, and everybody that has been in here. I hope nobody's. I hope me and you are still cool, BGP, because
Yeah,
you
BGB,
know.
just so you know, I'm not the type of person that I'm gonna be in my feelings and be like, I'm willing to listen to you and be educated by you. You sound like a very smart person. I never called you any names. I'm not trying to be that. I'm not trying to be rude to you or anything. And if you feel like I'm trying to be rude to you, I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to have a civilized conversation. And I'm not trying to be rude. And the way that you started calling me ignorant, that's when I was like, okay, name calling, I'm not down for that. I'm just trying to talk to you and I'm willing to listen to you. And I'm sure that you have amazing things to teach me. And I don't want
No.
you to think that I'm looking at you and thinking that you're like an enemy or something. It's not like that. I'm just trying to have a discussion with you and we have things that we disagree on. So I just wanted to leave on that note. I'm not trying to be, and I was talking and she interrupted me. So I'm not trying to be rude. I was just trying to finish my sentence. So
No, so now I'm
also, I
being
am,
gaslit. So
yeah.
no, so I am done with the conversation. Cuba,
Yeah,
me
I
and
am
you are
too. I'm ready to hang up.
Cuba, me
So,
and you are good. But for me and you, Misha, no, you are literally gaslighting. You're trying to over here. You say you want to learn, but you don't want to
I
learn.
do.
And yes, it is ignorance. That is an ignorant thing because you automatically came off defensive right off the bat. So no.